Marie-Hélène Bonneau, Sabina Magalini, and Olga Vibornova, together with the moderator, Denis Josse. And I'm particularly thankful for the work that, we have been able to include in Rescue from some of these projects. I mentioned, for example, Proactive and the contribution and the reflections we have been able to use on the side of domestic contamination capabilities and how we can make sure that vulnerable people are treated in a respectful way that can also help better their recovery. eNotice has also been a very important project that has shown also us the value of networks and the value of community. Something that I was just saying to Grigori before coming on stage is that when competent people are matched with passion, we can achieve so much more. And certainly out of the group of CBRN projects that I've seen under CERIS, no one is short of passion. So on that note, I would like to welcome on stage for the first panel, Denis, Grigori, Marie-Hélène, Sabina, and Olga.
So good afternoon, everybody. I am Denis Josse. I am a member of the CERIS group, and I am also working for the French firefighters in the health services. And this topic this afternoon, the first session, will deal with the involvement of citizens in CBRN research and innovation. And this is quite to me, this is quite an important issue that has been considered very recently, but should be at the top of the object priorities, I think, in CBRN research and innovation. So I will have the pleasure for this session to first introduce our four panelists. Marie-Hélène Bonneau, she is the head of the security division at UIC, which is based in Paris. UIC is the World Professional Association representing the railway sector. She is currently coordinating an EU project called IMPRESS that just started last June. Grigori Avarneanu, who is a doctor in psychology, is a senior researcher at UIC, so the same institute. And he was coordinating the EU project that just finished called Proactive. Olga Vibornova, should I present her? I don't know. Everybody knows her. She's a senior researcher at the Center for Applied Molecular Technologies at the Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium. She manages many EU projects in the field of security. She is also a member of the CERIS group, so she's one of my sisters in this big family. And she managed eNotice, and she will have a few words on eNotice too at the beginning of the session. And finally, Sabina Magalini, she worked as an emergency surgeon at the hospital. She is now part of the Catholic University of Roma. She is actively involved in EU projects, mostly related to medical security issues, recently to cyber security. And she contributed to the project, including for which she will say a few words as an introduction. So the plan in this session is to have about 5-minute presentation of the different projects we have just mentioned, and then we will go for a round table with different questions relating to the title of the session, so the involvement of citizens in research and innovation on CBRN issues. So we start maybe with Sabina, please.
Good evening to everyone. I am a step-in for Luigi De Dominicis, who could not come, and he is the project coordinator for Including. So as Joseph just said, I'm a medical doctor, so I will speak about things that are relative to medicine, a little bit about the project Including. And can you put the slides up? The ones of Including that we sent. If we don't have them, I can just illustrate up. It's not this one.
The problem is that you're not following the right order.
You're not following the order.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
I go back to my place. The one that says Including, they're just 3 slides. Oh, go back, one back. Okay, that's it. Okay, Including project is a 5-year project, and it's the innovative cluster for radiological and nuclear emergencies. It's a 5-year project. We have gone 4 years into the project, and we're going to finish in June this coming year. There were 15 partners and 10 member states. 5 years, I said, it lasts, and they were research organizations, academia, and 4 groups of first responders, and also industries and SMEs. Can you go forward? Okay, so just to remember the objectives of the project, because the project did not deal with the involvement of citizens. Anyway, we did our best to do it. The objectives of this project was to map the scenarios for nuclear security and how they are evolving, and if there were training programs and exercises to be done among member states, and also to develop, as was in the CSAs of 5 years ago, a network of facilities for training in nuclear security. Now, I speak from the Italian side. We don't have nuclear power plants, so the problem for us is like an intellectual problem more than really a practical problem. But with what there is, we have dealt with these topics. And also, at the end of the project, there is the ambition to deliver a platform, a portal that can be used for federated exchanges between the partners of the projects and also whoever is interested in this. What we did that is really relevant is the organization of these exercises, which are the joint actions. Can you go forward, please? Next one. Okay, these are the main ones that we have done. The one in June 2021 in the Pireo Sport, where there were military and the people of the on the port management of the containers and the people that were working there. Then we did a Mikkeli, a big exercise within an orphan source that was found in a forest, and there we had involvement of a lot of students of the middle school and lyceum, and they were really a big group. There must have been 45 students that were acting as you know, actors. Then we had Saclay, which is practically there was no involvement of citizens. We had more a show of technologies of all the project and in the big CA premises. And then we had in Bologna also an exercise that was more like a tabletop, but it dealt with the citizen involvement in the sense that it analyzed all the systems that could you know, do damage to citizens with the plumes of the diffusion of the radionuclear components and others. Then in Budapest, we had an exercise that was mostly on the forensic of nuclear accidents, because often when you have an accident, you cannot find the proof, the evidence, because no one is storing what you find. And so there are different ways that they explained in Budapest, where there is a center that is working with this. We will have the last exercise in Porto in the spring, and also the closing in Dresden in the final conference. Okay, thank you.
First one.
Thank you, Denis. It should be the first slide in the panel. So, good afternoon, everyone, in this room here and online as well. So, my quick presentation of Proactive is very minimalistic. It's just one slide, and this is because the project should be already quite well known in the community. We presented it several times and a couple of times on this very podium. So what I really want to do today is to remind you the essential things. The first one is that Proactive is one of those projects which looked at the problem of CBRN from a different angle compared to most ongoing projects working in CBRN. And this angle had a particular focus on the human factor, on applied psychology, on behavioral science. So essentially what we did in 2018 when we wrote the proposal was to think of the human factor and the citizen, and put the citizens where they belong. That is to say, at the core, at the heart of the CBRN preparedness. And when I talk about preparedness, I mean to help improve public awareness. This is one dimension which was for a long time a bit neglected. And when I talk about response, I essentially mention the interactions between first responders and the citizens, who will be implicitly the victims in a CBRN incident. So trying to optimize preparedness and response from this perspective. And as a research and innovation action, in terms of research, we use the plethora of mixed methods from social science and humanities, such as desk research, surveys, interviews, focus groups, workshops, in which we engaged actively with the user community. The user community comprising practitioners on one side and the civil society representatives on the other side. So there were a large number of organizations and individual experts that engaged with the projects and were involved in these research activities. The research activities over the 4.5 years time of project implementation were progressively translated from research and preliminary recommendations to more actionable resources for all these target groups. So that's more on the research side. And then on the innovation side, we also developed a number of tools mainly for practitioners and for the civil society organizations. And here you can see on this slide just a few of them, and the ones which are more relevant for the public, for the general public, and for civil society. All these tools are also available here, so we put them physical copies on the tables at the entrance. So it's essentially public information materials for the society, a smartphone app for the general public, recommendations for practitioners and policymakers on how to better communicate in a more inclusive way so that the messages are more effective for all target groups. And an ed memoir to help practitioners and training center conduct exercises, field trials and exercises and demonstrations with citizens from local communities. And all the results are equally available in the final brochure that we developed and published at the end. So I think these key outputs are useful and have also a direct link with today's topic of our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now, if we follow the order, the next speaker is Marie-Hélène Bonneau.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will give you a quick overview on the IMPRESS project, which is funded by the ESP fund, the DG Room fund. It's a project addressing terrorist threat in the framework of rail station and trains. And IMPRESS stands for Improving Railway Security through Awareness and Training. So we started on 1st of June for 2 years, and the project is coordinated by UIC. The main objectives of the project is, of course, to improve the protection of trains and stations against terrorist-related threats, CBRNe being one of these threats that will be addressed. Another objective is to enhance the cooperation with the police and all the good practices in train and stations. And I would say the originality of this project is to raise security awareness of the stakeholders who are working in the train and in the station. So it's not about raising awareness toward the railway staff, but rather to address the staff who is not from the railways, but who is working every day in the train and the station. Could be the shop owners, could be the cleaning staff, could be the restoration staff, and to raise awareness on the threat, and especially on the CBRNe threats. So the consortium is composed of the 4 main railways in Europe that you can see on the slide: FS in Italy, NS in the Netherlands, PKP in Poland, and SNCB in Belgium, and is supported also by the German police university. We also have an advisory board which is composed of rail companies, authorities, representatives, to really cooperate together and come with guidance, awareness material that can be useful in train and stations. So the organization of the work is quite classical, with the first work package on training needs assessment. Second one, we will develop the training programs for the target we are going to have defined in the previous work package. And then we will test these training modules with our rail partner, so it would be in the format of exercise or training, physical training or online trainings. The idea is to test them, to assess, and to update them according to the result of the evaluation. So the final expected results is, first we start with identifying the training gaps. Then we will have a security training modules to be developed and one dedicated for CBRNe. We will develop also training for trainers, a tool for security awareness campaign, and as already said, enhanced cooperation with the police. So that's it for the IMPRESS project, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Marie. Our last short presentation will be made by Olga Vibornova.
The last presentation, please. Yes, starting from here, I think. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So today I will speak about the new project, which has not started yet. We start on the 1st of January next year, and we run for 2 years. This ENOTIS 2 project, which is a European network of training centers for preparedness to CBRN events. It is actually the continuation of our ENOTIS networking project, which many of you know already. But this time, this project is shorter. It is only 2 years, and it is really operationally focused on we explore the gaps and needs which we identified during the 6 years of ENOTIS networking project. those gaps and needs which are really most urgent in our opinion. So they include such things as decontamination of assistive devices for disabled that are used by disabled persons. For example, this is something what we learned from the exercises with Proactive when we in a notice did 3 exercises with Proactive. And we discovered that first responders are not really prepared sufficiently in dealing with the public, with the population. So when they saw, for example, disabled people on wheelchairs or with other assistive devices, it was very obvious that they do not have the standard operating procedures to deal with such kind of devices. For example, how to decontaminate them. And they really put them aside. They did not do anything with them. So, of course, we leave the human factors and communication aspects to Proactive, but we in a notice, we speak more, we look into the technical aspects. So, okay, this decontamination of assistive devices and the guidelines and recommendations, what we are going to produce in notice 2, it is something very practical, very special, what we are looking into. And of course, we have some other objectives in the project, but for the, I will speak briefly about them, but for this panel, we will focus on this citizens dimension. So we have 8 partners in the consortium. The majority of them come from a notice, and we have a new partner who was not in the notice, but was in the network, in the larger network of CBRN training centers. It is Fondazione SAFE. They are bringing the important aspect of virtual reality, extended reality training in CBRN. Okay, about one of the objectives I already spoke about, it is this producing of guidelines, recommendations for decontamination of assistive devices. Also, we want to develop several things. So, for example, we want to select and a few for example, 4 CBRN courses, and to ensure that the contents of these courses is updated. It is up to date. The contents is reflecting the emerging needs, threats, so that the learners really benefit from it and not repeat all the time the same things, but they are updated. Another thing, what we absolutely revealed as something absolutely urgent for first responders is to create somehow summarized safety security data sheets, so that when they go for the response, they have a condensed information what to do in this response. So we want to develop the methodology for creation of such safety security data sheets, and to agree between all the training centers, all the partners, about what should be the composition of such a data sheet. Then CBRN-based resources, we want to put it into the library. Of course, it will be available for the community. We want to continue in the spirit of a notice these joint activities, and that will be primarily done, not anymore field exercises, because in this project it's not possible, but it will be in the form of simulation exercises and tabletops. We will have 4 such tabletops. And okay, virtual reality scenarios will be tested if it is appropriate or not. So we will see, we will play with it a lot in the project, and see further how to test and validate innovative technologies during the joint activities. Speaking specifically about the citizens dimension in the notice 2, so when we will work with the recommendations and guidelines for this decontamination of assistive devices, of course, we absolutely need the recommendations, the opinion of the final users, so the patients who are using these devices, because most probably there are aspects which we did not think about when we go for this topic. So we are going to reach out to these patients through the home expertise of Université Catholique de Louvain, because our other lab is the Institution for Society and Health, and they have the link with the knowledge center, health center in Belgium, and Conseil Supérieur National des Personnes Handicapées in Belgium, which is also in turn linked to many other countries. So we are going to have pretty many patients in the supporting committee, which will form the advisory board of the project. And through this, we will communicate with the patients, we will collect the information for the project, and physical and online meetings with the patients will be organized. So we are planning to have the information directly firsthand from the patients, from the citizens. That's it about the Notice 2. So future project, but we are looking forward to share with you very soon the actual results and to discuss while it is running.
Thank you very much. So, as was reflected in these 4 presentations, you understand that in the last years, the focus on CBRN incident management was on the responders, because for responders, it's already quite challenging to manage such incidents. You understand that they have to manage PPE, specific protection, which they do not use on a daily basis. They have to manage mass decontamination, which is quite challenging. They have to manage hazards that for most of them, they hardly know or are not visible, which is also quite challenging. The golden hour, they have to be fast, to respond fastly. There are some psychological effects of these CBRN agents. They do not always understand the semantics. So if you are in the position of responders, it's already quite challenging to respond to such incidents. Now, if you think of victims, you are a citizen, try to imagine what you could feel when you face such an incident. Hopefully there are not many. So now we start this roundtable, and with thinking of citizens in the place of citizens. And so my first question to the panelists will be, you involved citizens, the population, global population, naive in terms of CBRN knowledge. Why do you consider it is important? And how did you manage to get the volunteers, the citizens, into your project? So maybe we can start with you.
Yes. Can you hear me, or do I have?
You can come here if you want, yes.
What I forgot about when I had the presentation before is the big exercise we did in Rome, because we worked a whole year on it. And so probably he said to be short. We had a big exercise a few months ago with the receiver, the hospital being the receiver of contaminated, traumatized patients, which is something that is quite unusual. It doesn't happen often. And hospitals don't know how to behave in this sense. So we put up all the standard operative procedures, and it was a big joint action. The accident happened in Enea in Casaccia, which is the coordinator of the project, and the Policlinico Gemelli, my hospital, was the receiver. When you talk about citizens, naturally citizens, as I told you, and including, there were not so many citizens because it was not the objective of the project. We involved university students, and we involved people from middle school and the Lyceum in Finland. In Rome, if you think of the citizens, for doctors are not first responders, except for emergency medical services. Hospitals are usually first receivers. They are, let's say, a little bit more removed from the accident. And that is why there is not a good training for these realities. In a way, we speak about first receivers. For this for these people, the hospital did a lot. This exercise was really a turning point because it is not one of the scenarios we face normally. Normally, hospitals do hospital surge exercises once every year or once every 2 years. That's mandatory by law, at least in Italy. But these kind of accidents, since I was telling you in Italy, we do not have this risk, that it's not so elevated. It is very, very rare that you do it. In this case, thanks to including, we managed to do this exercises, doing the training for 1 year, to train the people that are working in the hospital are not doctors, they are nurses, they are assistants to medicine, they are the administrative people, they are the police, they are the firefighters are the ones, we have 25 firefighters in our hospital. They know how to put up the tent and everything, but all the other people don't know precisely what to do. So these exercises were good for involving them. And this is what we did for citizens. Also, there were some bystanders that were looking. For these people that are patients, because these exercises happen close to our emergency ward. You know, when you go into the emergency ward, there's a lot of chaos around. And so they saw that we were doing the exercises. This is a kind of awareness raising that is very important, because it's important that they realize if something like this happened, that you are ready. It's like a good example, a best practice that we did.
So, yeah, if I understood well, Sabina, of course, citizens are not only, we should not consider only the people who just are passing through a scene, a site where the incident happened. There are also people working at the hospital, so professionals or people working in a railway station. Maybe Marie-Hélène, could you say a few words on why do you consider it was important to work with citizens, and how did you manage to get them in the project?
Alors, the project just started, so
Okay.
the aim is to involve the
So how will you manage that?
Voilà, how we will manage. In fact, in train and station, there are millions of citizens every day. And these places are public spaces that can be easily targeted by terrorists. So even if CBRNe threat is increasing, it's still a bit niche in the railway environment. There are the daily threat that need to be managed, the abandoned luggage, the sabotage, etc. And there is still a lot to do on the CBRNe threat. There is a good example with the attack in Japan with the sarin gas, where we realized that there is very few material to manage such a crisis, and there were really a lack of preparation for this type of event. So, in fact, we are in the rail environment. We are doing a lot for citizens with campaigns such as See Something, Say Something, but not so much regarding how to react when something happens. And that's why this idea was born with Impress, to look at what the railways could do to help, in fact, the first responders, the police in these matters. And we came with this idea to train the people who are in the station and the train every day. So for rail staff, it's not such challenging, but because it's already included in the training modules, etc. But for those who are not railway staff, such as the, like I mentioned, the restoration staff, the shops, the training, the cleaning staff also, how to raise awareness, how to come with some, I would say, easy program to be aware and to know how to react before the first responders arrive. There are some minutes where things can be done to save lives, and it's very important to know this few recommendations, to know also how to behave once the first responders are there, and to react properly. And so in this project, we will focus on the railway staff and staff working in the station, not directly to the citizen, but still everyone everywhere should, it's a matter for every citizen to know how to react in such a situation.
Thank you, Marilyn. So what you are saying is actually citizens are the very first responders. They're not the first, they are the very first responders. And also, one point I'd like to mention here is that usually responders are not used to work with citizens. And they expect the citizen to do things, but they have never demonstrated that or experienced the citizens' reactions in such incidents. So this is, from what when I was hearing you, one of the main advantages to know how the citizen would react if they are not educated, if they have no knowledge on what to do. And so in this respect, this is quite interesting and important.
And it could be quite specific in a train or in a station because it's a closed spaces.
Yeah, also.
So the rules could be different from other public spaces. So that's why also we want to really to focus on train and station. Yeah.
Thank you. So Grigore, you worked with mostly with vulnerable population. So could you say us a few words on the challenge of recruiting vulnerable population in your exercises?
Yes. So first of all, just to complement before recruitment, I think indeed it's worth emphasizing that working with citizens in research and innovation action is really crucial. I think it's an essential element in order to be able to achieve exploitable outcomes and useful outcomes. And I would just like to recall, if you think of the working program, for example, for Proactive, under which we worked, it was called Protecting Security of Europe and its Citizens. Now it's cluster 3, it's civil security for society. So I think the core element we need to emphasize, how do we do research for citizens and society if they are not involved? And I remember the core recommendations at the community of users at the time. We cannot have research and innovation actions without the end users in the consortium, in the project team. I think now we're moving on, and we say also it's a key issue to have the ultimate end users on board as well. And it has been said, you call them naive, maybe people. I tend to call them lay persons. It's not a negative connotation, but we just have to think of all the fellow people in the streets when an incident happens. They are indeed the zero responders, the immediate responders, the potential facilitators in case an incident happens. It's also available for CBRN. And we also talk about the golden hour, but it's also the golden first 5 or 10 minutes. And oftentimes, it's these people that are there, and they can do something useful or something bad, or less adapted, in the first minutes before the first responders arrive on site. So this is a core idea I think we have to keep in mind and try to promote more in our projects, and it's what we try to do in Proactive from the concept phase. In terms of involvement of the citizens, I think we are still too much focused on the panic myth. So we assume that people are or will be scared if we inform them beforehand about different threats. And of course, I'm mainly talking about CBRN here. It's the focus of our panel. And also we assume that, during the crisis, they will all freeze because of panic. And there's a solid body of research showing that it's not like that. So in most situations, people will be there, will help. If they are valid, of course, and they're not critically injured, they will be able to contribute. So this is, I think, the core value we have to start from. And then, of course, when we move and we implement a project, we have to have them on board. And this is quite challenging. So for us, it was a big challenge because obviously the first thing you want to do is involve them in the consortium, but you cannot have just citizens like that in the project team. You have to work with associations, with NGOs, with civil society organizations. So the first thing we tried to do was to involve them in the consortium. But this was back in 2018. And our feeling is that they were not prepared because every time we contacted them, they were scared, they backed off, and it was very challenging to have them on board. So then we had this approach to include them in the extended network of stakeholders And there were more than 50 civil society organizations recruited during 4 years' time that were actively involved in the exercises and in the research actions. So we have to find ways to involve them. We don't have the magic solution. That's what worked for Proactive. And I think now maybe also civil society is more mature and they are willing to, if we contact them tomorrow to build a consortium, we will find more associations willing to partake. But essential, I think the key thing I want to highlight is that we need their feedback. We need their input, we need their feedback. We have to co-create and co-construct our research results with them. Also, if we develop and validate tools, their feedback is equally important. The end users, the first responders, yes, of course, it's a core thing we already use. But the citizens as well, because we may have a perfect tool for first responders, but if it's ineffective for the general public, then I don't think the response will be effective. So that would be my main message.
Yeah, maybe a few words on the vulnerable population, on the specific category of the population on CBRN, vulnerable for CBRN in a CBRN context.
This indeed, it's an interesting discussion. In Proactive, we used a very wide definition of vulnerability, and we know that especially in CBRN, everyone is more or less vulnerable. Maybe the solution we employed in the end is to talk about functional vulnerability. And we can think for any type of incident. You have a large explosion, there's a big noise, probably everyone would be in the area would have a hearing impairment for a few minutes. So how would you communicate with people in this situation? So obviously, vulnerability can be linked to the fact, I know that a person is living with a form of disability, but it can also be linked with a certain skill that it's temporarily unavailable. Think of a tourist in a big capital. Maybe I can give the example of the Olympic Games, which will take place next year in France. There will be tourists from all over the world. And if they don't speak the local language, and the first responders mainly speak the local language, there's a communication problem. So we can also see vulnerability just in terms of communication, getting the message to its target, having an effective interaction during the crisis response between the rescuers and the potential victims. So in terms of vulnerability, this would be the approach, I think. We have to think very largely and work with people that master this topic, and they can explain that everyone can be vulnerable, they can self-identify as a vulnerable person or not.
Thank you, Grigory. Olga, would you like to add a few words on this question of why is it important to work with citizens, and how do you manage to get them in the exercises and training?
Yes, so our challenge in the notice when working with Proactive was to actually in every training center which hosted the exercise of Proactive had to reach out to the corresponding civil society organizations to help to recruit these people, to actually organize it. And this is how it all started, because to tell you the truth, before training centers and first responders, we did not really think about it. And the collaboration with Proactive was eyes-opening from this point of view. And it really revealed enormous space for research activities, of development activities, because as I mentioned, that's why we proposed this Notice 2 project, because we revealed certain gaps which are really gaps and needs which are so important for dealing with the population. So this is how it started, and then we started to look into technically how actually first responders deal with the citizens. A lot of challenges were revealed. Then I fully agree with Grigory, very good point, that actually in the crisis situation, everyone becomes vulnerable. And actually everyone is citizen. Even first responders, after all, are citizens. They are as well afraid of the crisis situation. When imagine it is a real CBRN incident, first responders also, they are afraid for themselves, they are afraid for the family, they are also can be panicking. It is not an exercise anymore, it is a real incident. So they are also citizens, and citizens, absolutely, as Grigory rightfully underlined, citizens, we cannot underestimate the people who are willing to understand, to know the procedures, to be involved very actively. It was also, by the way, good to see that yes, there were, of course, many organizational challenges in involving the citizens, because it is about medical insurance, about discussing the conditions under which they can participate in the exercise. Many. Okay, we can speak for hours about it. However, there was an interest, and they wanted to do it, and they were, even people disabled in the wheelchairs, they were willing to make an effort and to really participate and do it, because they felt the need, the interest to do it. This is something very important to me to understand, that involvement of citizens, yes, from organizational point of view, it is challenging, but actually it is important and it is feasible task, because yeah, for first responders to know what to do and how to do it is extremely important. Of course, they are well trained for it, and we need to continue the training based on revealed gaps and needs. However, raising awareness among the population and so that people know what to do in case of a crisis situation. Of course, it is based on the well identified the risks for a particular area, for example, for people who live or use very often the train stations, or who live next to the nuclear plant, for example. There are different types of things, but it is important to understand what can be done, and people are willing to do it. And we just need to find the ways to involve more and more, and to engage people into exercises and to teaching, and I have some more ideas about what else can be done besides the projects. But okay, we can speak about it later if we have time. But anyway, I think it's extremely important to continue to do it.
Thank you very much. So maybe from what I've heard from all of you, you get some positive feedbacks from the citizens working with responders. You also probably get some good feedbacks from responders working with citizens if they are not used to that. And so my next question would be about specific tools that you developed during the project, or you thought it would be interesting to develop for the citizen benefit, to manage, to be helpful in the education and of the citizens, and maybe in the sense of rescuing them by responders. What specific tools were developed during your different projects? Well, for the citizens.
For the citizens, including nothing, but I just wanted to make a point that you learn to do something if you have a real risk. I don't know if you know anything about the Stop the Bleed campaign that originated in the United States. From the mass shootings in the school, the American College of Surgeons said, okay, we have to teach people how to stop the bleed, otherwise a lot of people are going to die before the responders get there. From that, we have an enormous course that is all over the world. In 3 years, everyone knows how to do a Stop the Bleed. Okay, because that was born from a real risk. The perception was there. Okay, for CBRNe, this is a little bit different. Okay. The second point is, as they correctly said, it is very difficult to involve the population groups, because I'm a doctor, so I go looking for patient forums, patient associations, etc. There are maybe 3, 4, 5 in all Europe that are willing or capable to participate to a European project, because you need to speak English, you have to know how to do all the paperwork, etc., etc. So if a motion could be made, is that I think a point should be put that there has to be more citizen association, and they have to be more available, or we have to be more able to go towards them. For the tools, this comes out of another project that is called the Nightingale, of which Eleftherios will probably speak the day after tomorrow. Okay. Apps for citizens who knows how to use them. There are many apps and a lot of ways of tailoring them exactly to the population you need. Okay. And the other important thing is that technology today is getting cheaper and cheaper, okay? So as we, in one project, we are designing some sensors to see the pressure of the patient, really cheap, that you can put on traumatized patients. Maybe if there was a way of doing a quick system to see if you're contaminated or not. There's some Chinese pens for 20 euros. You can see if it's like a Geiger counter, something, and developing technology that's cheap and that you can empower citizens with. You give it to them, so it's up to them in a way to help you.
Okay, thank you. Olga, or yeah, you can go this way. About tools.
As I mentioned, yes, tools for citizens we do not really develop, but we develop tools for first responders with the feedback, with the largely collecting opinions from the citizens, from patients in our case, because we expect that patients will tell us what kind of devices they use, how they use them, what materials they are, and what are the components of these devices. For example, electronic components, which have to be decontaminated in a special way and not to be just thrown away because they are expensive, right? And also during the, or maybe it was a gift from somebody, or so it is important thing for the patient, for the person to have and to use. And to throw it away, it is just out of question. We just first responders need to understand how to deal with them properly, because so far it is indeed not the case. And actually also it is not only about the assistive devices for disabled people, it is also, for example, baby carriages for people with small kids. So it is exactly the same problem, because usually such things are also neglected during the response, during the contamination. So we will collect information about all of this, and recommendations and guidelines what it will produce, and all this information will be included into updates of the courses, of CBRN training courses, which this is what network of training centers is doing, teaching, training of, so that will be updates of the contents of the courses.
Thank you, Olga. Yeah, tool, I was meaning also in this round of question, I was meaning tools, but also procedures. Responders, as you say, they might have to adapt their procedure to very precious materials that citizens want to keep with them. So maybe one word on this issue.
Yes, so in Proactive, it was part of our objectives actually to develop toolkits for the civil society. So we took this mission very seriously, and there were two major tools, I would say, directed at citizens themselves. It may help if you can show again the Proactive slide. It might help because I will illustrate some of them. So the first one was public information materials. We started from the key message that CBRN should not be a taboo any longer, and people need to know that this can happen, this might happen, and they need to have the good reflexes, know the key things on what to do and what to avoid if they think they're in a contaminated area and things like this. So public information materials for the general public. This was the first tool that was co-developed and co-created with practitioners and also with citizens. And you can find these on our website, and they may look very simple, and it was the idea to develop a very simple information material, because we want people to remember the good reflexes. And if we make too elaborate instructions and all these things, it becomes ineffective. So we worked with practitioners and citizens to co-develop them. So the text and the instructions we included there and the pictograms come and have been pre-tested several times in various focus groups. The idea came from the literature review, and we had a scientific partner in charge of this co-development. There were several iterations as we developed the tool, I think 8 iterations, and all these are open source, and today they are available for practitioners and authorities to further adapt, translate in various languages, and so on. So This is the first tool. I think it's the basics in terms of public communication and raising awareness and starting to change the security culture.
Thank you.
The second tool we developed, it's more in line with the contemporary society. It's a mobile app. It's for smartphone, which was designed as a larger proactive crisis communication system. But we think that with a mobile app, we can reach more people. Everyone has a smartphone, they can download it, and it can be used in several ways, also as a two-way communication with first responders or for witnesses in case an incident occurs, but also to raise awareness and contribute to the overall preparedness, because it includes a library of resources and public information materials, and other materials can be included there in general terms, and then people can access those easily. The app was also co-created with practitioners and citizens. So the contents and the features we included in the app have come from them, from the end users. They told us what to include, what to exclude, how it should look like, and we use the principles of universal design to design it so that it can be inclusive and used by all people. So two main tools for the citizens, and then there are two tools as well that we developed, not directly for the citizens, but mainly for policymakers and also for practitioners and training centers that can have an indirect positive effect for citizens. So the first one is a guide on how to better communicate in times of crisis. So more inclusive crisis communication. We co-developed this with another ongoing EU-funded project, and we endorsed the message with other 16 projects, with the notice with including, and other projects from the DRS cluster. And the ideas are simple. We have to communicate in a more accessible and inclusive way, to consider all groups. We have to have actionable instructions. We need to have a trustable communication. We have to focus on relevant things and communicate in an understandable way. So it's 5 principles that can be improved and applied in any type of communication. And the last tool, which can have a crucial impact, is dedicated to practitioners organizing training exercises and training centers. So it could be also of use, for example, for e-Notice 2. It's all the lessons learned from Proactive on how to involve vulnerable citizens in training exercises. It's really all the lessons learned, how to recruit the volunteers, how to better consider their needs. And this was very challenging in Proactive, but we noticed a huge benefit. And I'm happy to see that some training centers already take the message, and they are implementing these lessons learned. So 4 major tools, I would say, in Proactive, and they are all available.
Thank you, Grigory. So Marie-Hélène, how will you benefit from Proactive in your project?
That's what I was about to say. Of course, we will use the results from Proactive. The main tools that we will develop in press are training and awareness modules. We are in the phase of defining these modules. In fact, the challenge will be to co-create, because we will do it with experts, attractive material. Because if we want people in the station to use it, it needs to be attractive, it to be playful. So it's one of the challenges to do something which people will use and really get advantage of using it and playing a bit. So another challenge will be to assess the efficiency of these modules, and exercise based on all the lessons learned could be organized to see before being trained and after, what is there any improvement. So these are the ideas at the moment in press.
Sure. Sabina, please.
Just to add something, our society has gone through COVID. The project that Grigory was talking about is COVINFORM, which was a project on information in COVID situation. It was one of the projects that was funded during the emergency. And we worked also in that project, so I know what he's talking about. But one thing it seems today that we are forgetting everything that has happened, all the lessons we have learned during COVID. Like now, everyone, when he travels, one way or another, he has a mask inside either his purse or his pocket or something. There are some measures of safety that we have now adopted due to the fact that we have gone through such a big emergency. And I think it's important not to forget it. I mean, CBRNe, COVID, it's all one big thing. So if we can leverage from the reciprocal lessons learned, I think it would be very important.
Yeah, very important point. So unfortunately, the time is running. My last point would be what next? How would you propose to consolidate what you have done already? And I know Impress is already in this mind, but for maybe Sabina and Olga and Grigore, would you consolidate what has been done with the citizens so far in your future project? How do you see the future and from a long-term perspective, working with citizens?
Perspective. 5 years ago, we were asked to put in first responders, practitioners that they didn't participate to European projects, and a lot of effort has been done, and a lot of people the community has widened. Now we need the citizens. It's important to see if the citizens are there to collaborate with us. We have to give them some kind of structure to help them.
Mm-hmm.
This is what is important. Then there are a plethora of projects and a lot of interesting ideas who wants to participate. But if we don't give this community a way of participating with us to the projects, it's going to be difficult because you have to chase them at the last moment. Would you participate with me? So I think that's a little bit a common problem.
Olga, how to maintain this energy on citizens?
Yes, indeed, I think, as I mentioned, I believe that we absolutely need to continue to involve the citizens because they are not only ultimate end user of all the technologies and all the procedures, what are happening and everything what is happening in case of crisis in CBRN response, but they are also the very first responder in the case of crisis. And then maybe I can dare to share my own views, something which goes beyond maybe projects. So in projects, in exercises, we discussed it a lot already, and it is the right way, in my opinion, and we shall continue and do it further. But maybe besides projects, so based on the reviewed risks in a particular area, for example, I can easily imagine that more groups of population can be in principle involved into exercising, training, or at least information exchange. For example, I can easily imagine that some retired military officers, CBRN officers, might be willing to share the lots of experience, lots of knowledge gained, for example, at schools, at colleges, at universities, so that to cover much more wider groups of population than just particular associations of civil society. Because, okay, not every citizen is part of some association. So by this, it would be possible to engage more people into these courses, training, teaching, at least starting from some basic knowledge about what kind of risks can be in principle, how to wear PPE, personal protective equipment, what kind of drugs, antidotes can be used, maybe to have them at home. Well, it depends, of course, what level of complexity and how far we want to go in this, and there should be political will about it and the willingness of the society to do it. But in principle, to me, everything is feasible and not so complicated, should there be will to do it.
Okay. Maybe Grigore, one word on the specific issue of involving children at school. How do you see the challenge for the future?
The most difficult question. We don't have a clear answer to that, but I think that the answer is yes. We have to, for example, try to work with schools to involve children. This was one of the most challenging element we had in our exercises, involving children and working with schools. But I think we just need to, at least what we try to do now is to push it forward to have these results uptaken and adopted by larger end user communities. And this also involves, of course, training centers and practitioners working with the vulnerable society, with all its categories. So not just children, but for example, one good lesson learned on that, we had wonderful cooperation with the Save the Children Association, which has branches in many EU member states. In our case, it worked very, very well with the Italian branch. But it's just, yeah, this is just a limited lesson learned and something we can share. So maybe other branches may be interested to join exercises in the future. I think there's a lot to do in terms of communication. I think this is, the main idea forward for us. It seems simple and essential, but I think a lot of change can happen just by changing communication and improving some aspects there. For me, it's one of the biggest gaps we identified also in the exercises. If you think of the interaction between first responders or rescuers and victims, from all the interaction dimensions, the communication every time in all three exercises, in different countries, different contexts, seem to be the lowest, to get the lowest rating by observers, by citizens. So citizens have a very high expectation for a very good quality communication, even from the first moments. And we noticed that it's not something that, for example, the rescuers, the first responders always prioritize. They tend to be more focused on the action, on extraction, on triage. So maybe there are things that can we further, we can work more to merge this gap of expectations and victims to learn more about what the first responders are doing and what they need to do. And on the other side, first responders doing maybe a bit more effort to give the key message, some keywords maybe to some victims from the very first moment. For example, it could be an idea to take forward in next exercises and projects.
Marie-Hélène, maybe one word on in your project, you are addressing the terrorist attack globally. Yeah. So how about the idea of integrating CBRN hazard into an all hazard approach in educating the citizens? Is it the approach you will follow?
Yeah, it would be it will be the approach perhaps with specific action on specific threats, but this is the overall approach in the railways. Mm-hmm. In fact, it's the role of the railways is to run trains. Yeah. It's not, so it's a cooperation with the police. And of course, railways have a security plan, including awareness campaign, but more globally regarding terrorist threats. And for sure, it's a cooperation with the police. We cannot do it alone on the rail sector. And our role as UIC and UIC security platform is to raise awareness toward our members on this issue, specific CBRN, because it's not always an issue in all countries, but to raise it. So it's really the role of UIC to disseminate. We have tools for sharing guidance and push as much as possible all the results that we developed in the project.
Okay. Yeah. So if we still have time, do we have time, Antonia, for one or two questions in the room, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got the question. A lot of these projects were focused on researching all the past events. Has any of this project concluded with the database of the past events that is accessible?
We have including, we have a very nice deliverable, but it's security restricted on all the actual threats that have happened. It's very updated, but it's from 2 years ago. But
I thought about something that might be used by the community. For example, creating the systems for the CBRN. Of course, I'm always pushing the systems a little bit into the technology, but systems are people, are procedures. and also very often future users of the systems that we are creating are asking of the availability to the past events, about possibility of using lessons learned. So it's great that this kind of work has been done, but still it keeps my question: is any result like the previous, the historical CBRN events that is the effect of this project and might be accessible by the community?
Another question maybe in the room?
If I just a comment, we did not make such database in Notice, for example, because I know for sure that there is a company, and I can give you the contact, Lucas. They made such a database, so I have a good reference for that.
Good. Another question maybe before we finish this session? Yes.
Thanks. I'm Zoltan Seike from Seike Film Company, and we are working on it. On Thursday, John and Tom will tell you more about the project Peers, which is actually doing CBRNe coordination support. Actually, we're collecting all product services, events, stakeholders, stories, and standards. Thank you. With help of FIBRA on CBRNe events, and in a way which can be made available to the public. So we remove all the sensitive information, indicate where you can get into more information if you wish, who you have to contact, but we'll provide the public information. For citizens, we will provide training in another project, which is called Be Prepared and started recently. We will turn this into educational content in virtual reality and in mobile games for average citizens, and all of your contents, stories, everything are more than welcome here. We are a platform. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Antonia, would you like to say a word maybe? Before we conclude then.
Thank you very much for this very enriching conversation about these topics. I think like we have learned like a lot about what has been done on communication, but you have also been so generous to give us some lines about what also needs to happen more. And to that side, we have learned that there is much more that needs to be done on communication. We need to involve citizens, associations, and NGOs, ideally citizens, but we hear the difficulties. But I also heard in what was shared that we need to be persistent, and we are like just at the beginning of involving citizens more in CBRN, in a topic that has been a taboo until very recently. But in a way or in another, Ukraine, you know, like and the war have really accelerated this process. And I personally, you know, like as European Commission, I dream actually of a European resource, for example, that can be translated into multiple languages and can be distributed to European media about CBRN, so that if something happens, we will not be in the hands of disinformation campaigns, but we will be able to have a very common front when it comes to public information. We can hope, of course, to progressively train, you know, like citizens, etc. But we need to also be more proactive and expect that whatever happens will be unexpected to a large extent to most people. And so to that end, the communication, like what you was also shared here, made me think about the effects of an incident beyond the scene, right? Beyond where the crisis happens. And CBRN, as we know, are very much psychological disasters. And so what is then the responsibility also of communicating beyond what's happening, you know, like at the incident scene? And how can we work then with citizens, with all the associations, with all the potential, also like as we heard, shops, bakeries, like and all of these people that find themselves in the system of communication. How can we better work together to make sure that we have really a more systemic approach and proactive approach to communication? Very enlightening conversation. Thanks so much. Please, let's give another round of applause to Denis, Grigore, Marie-Hélène, Sabina, and Olga. Thanks very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you. This one is also yours. And now we're gonna go to the next panel, which it was really nice, by the way, to start with the topic, of course, of community. Are we ready to keep? We don't have a break right now, do we, Philippe? We just keep going. Yeah. It was very nice to start with community, the very people we serve, of course, because that should always be our focus. We're going to turn now to a panel which will focus on detection and monitoring of CBRN threats. Now, under Rescue, we are developing 3 streams of capabilities and stockpiles. We are developing decontamination capabilities, so like specialized teams and equipment, detection, surveillance, and monitoring capabilities, and CBRN stockpiles. Each one of those have posed different types of challenges. For example, in terms of the decontamination teams, when it comes to the German mass decontamination team, we have also like not just technical sort of challenges, but also, for example, logistic ones. We have convoys that measure 8.5 kilometers when deployed. So it's 8.5 kilometers of trucks, etc., that need to move to be able to decontaminate at the very least 220 people per hour, including 20 non-ambulant people. When it comes to stockpiles, you know, like a challenge that I can mention is the need to make sure that all the equipment, all the medical countermeasures that we are stocking actually are compatible with one another and follow the same guidelines. When it comes to the detection, surveillance, and monitoring capabilities that also cover surveillance, the challenge has been multiple, and personally, they have been the most challenging capability to think of before launching the call for proposals. We had to think on the one hand about the technical difficulties of and also like the evolving innovations that were going to be put in place, including during the time of the call for proposals. So we had to talk about innovation. We had to think about like the challenge of making sure that what we were developing was fit for novel threats that we haven't really seen yet. But also we had to think about other challenges like communication systems. We insisted on the fact that these new capabilities that are being developed by different member states would be talked to one another, would be a system of systems. And often, like what is less seen in you know, like when we talk about the challenges of detection, is also like how are we going to communicate? How are we going to get these different European teams to communicate with one another? I'm always keen to learn more about detection because it is an evolving field and it will keep going. And to that end, in Rescue, we have sometimes also included some slightly lower TRL solutions to make sure that we could support the detection of novel threats. So I'm particularly looking forward to welcoming on the stage Paul Thomas, who is going from Bioxale Ltd, who is going to moderate this panel, and panelists Stefano Mazzaro, Manuel Lozano, Friedrich Aflenza, José Luis Pérez Díaz, and Eleftheris Ozonoglu. If they are in the room, that is.
Well, good afternoon. It is a delight to be back here once more. It's been a while. I can't say how pleased I am to be here because I'm beyond pleased to have the privilege of addressing you. My name is Paul Thomas. I've been doing chemical detection since 1985. And as I've grown in size and years, I've also had the chance to experience our development of several generations of capability. And where we are today, mind-boggling in what's going to be happening in the coming generations. It's my delight to introduce your panel to you. Let's start with Stefano. Stefano is a junior associate at Fondazione SAFE. He's a defense and security specialist, and he focuses on innovative technologies. He is also a member of NATO Science and Technology Research Task Group. So he has good horizon scanning capability already. So Manuel, unfortunately, I don't know where he is, and I don't know if we're going to be able to connect with him today. So I'll skip Manuel for now and see if the technology catches up with us. I'm not hopeful. So Colonel Aflenza, he is a project officer for CBRN, for the European Defence Agency. Now get this, Fritz has served as a CBRN specialist since his first command. Okay, he's a colonel now, so that is a huge amount of experience. Of real interest to this community has been his deployment to earthquake relief operations in Kashmir. When it comes to engaging with citizens, he probably knows more than most of us in the room put together. He's working with a CBRN Surveillance as a Service project, a demonstrator called CBRN SAAS, and this is open to all member states, and it is remote operating systems which are sensor-rich. And so he has much to say about needs and future capabilities, I think. José Luis Perez Diaz from the St. Bernard project. When I first saw this, I was trying to think, is this some kind of European word that I'm not equipped? It's St. Bernard, is a big dog, right? With the, got it. So he leads multidisciplinary research at the Polytechnic School of Engineering, Universidad de Alcalá, with a focus on security. What's really important here is his experience in taking great ideas and intellectual property and spinning them out as industrial offers. So I've spent quite a lot of my life, not in a small company, but as a research academic and a head of department and a senior research professor. High in my academic tower, I had a great view of the landscape, but I didn't know what it smelt like, and I didn't know what it felt like. So climbing down out of my tower and getting stuck into making things work at a commercial level in the day-to-day life of commerce has been a real eye-opener for me, a humbling experience, and one I'm delighted to have engaged in this, what I think will be my final chapter of my working life. We shall see. So with the counterfog innovation, where we're combining mixed physics, chemistry, properties of aerosols for sampling and decontamination, this is a really exciting and innovative development. So I'm looking forward to hearing about counterfog and the work of St. Bernard. And then finally, with me is Eleftherios. I'm working with Eleftherios as part of a project called Team Up. He'll tell us about that. I'm also working on another project called One Lab. But enough about me. You have been involved with machine learning for, I get, about 14 years, which in computer years is 7 generations, thereabouts. So 7 generations of artificial intelligence on the stage beside me. I'm happy to be corrected, but as part of this use and adoption of machine-assisted decision-making, I'm really looking forward to your contribution as well, Eleftherios. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming your panel. Stefan, you'd like to come up and give your 5-minute presentation.
So first of all, thank you, Paul, for introducing me and for introducing Project Mosaic. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I will provide a quick introduction of the project before jumping to the slides with somewhat more interesting. So Mosaic is an EDF-funded initiative. The aim of the project is to provide a clear operational picture in the context of chemical and biological events. We want to provide a 4D picture. Why 4D? Because we want to provide the 3D reconstruction of the environment through mapping aside from the environment per se, even of the threat in a dynamic way. And then 4D, because this has to happen in real time or near real time. We want to provide this capability through some key technical components, technologically advanced, actually, technical components. Some of them well-known, such as the use of robotics. I'm talking about UGVs and UAVs, miniaturized sensors for the detection, identification, and monitoring of chemical and biological substances. Another less well utilized, at least from an operational perspective, which is extended reality and virtual reality. So let's jump straight to the more interesting part, because I want to present the key technologies from the perspective of the use cases that are guiding the actual implementation process of Mosaic, which has been ongoing for almost 1 year as of today, and we are already happy with the level of advancement of certain key components. So the first use case is the mission briefing. And here we see how the extended reality component can be game-changing. We have an incident commander that is working together with a team of CBRN experts, but is also providing the, let's say, aggregated data picture together with the CBRN response team, and also to other first responders that you see there on the left, which can be civilian first responders or other personnel involved in the response to the chemical and biological event. Why extended reality is important in this context? This is because different operators can access different pieces of information at any given time. For example, from the same map that is at everybody's disposal, a single expert could choose an area where to zoom in or manipulate in order to have a better understanding of the situation. Or while looking at the map, they could access certain documents regarding, for example, the procedures or how to interact with other users. So in this particular use case, the extended reality makes the most of the technology in order to provide more instruments to the operators to react in a quicker way, in a more efficient way. The second use case is robot control, and here we can really see the impact of the use of robotic vehicles, unmanned robotic vehicles, of course, in chemical and biological response. So we see that the human operators, this is a permissive environment, so there are still some human operators that have to access the correct functioning of the robotic components. And we see that on the field, we also have a command center that is relaying data to the high level, let's say, command center where the incident commander and the CBRN expert team is located. So there is this continuous data flow, again, regarding both the mapping of the environment and the mapping of threats, so that there is also continuous feedback from the incident commanders to the operators on the field. This one, remote collaboration in a non-permissive environment. So this is the most complicated use case scenario, not only because we completely removed the human operators from the field, and thus the robotic vehicles are acting in an autonomous or semi-autonomous way, depending on the tasks they have indeed to perform, but also because we wanted to assume that the communication environment is also contested. And so in the context of the project, we are also exploring ways to guarantee the continuous streaming of data, both to the robots in order to provide guidance on the tasks they have to perform, and to the center where the incident commander and the CBRN experts are located. So this was my brief overview. I wanted to concentrate on the operational aspects because this is also very important for the Mosaic project, and that is to provide results that can be used in an operational perspective and not just in a research perspective. You will find more generic information also on the website of the project. And with that, I conclude my brief overview. Thank you, everybody.
Are we confused? That's it. So, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the possibility to explain our project CBRN Surveillance as a Service. As I was introduced as a military officer, yes, I am. I'm working for the European Defence Agency, so it's quite clear CBRN Surveillance as a Service is a military CBRN capability, but we can lay down. This idea of a CBRN Surveillance as a Service initiative came up 2018 around and was then launched as a permanent structured cooperation project. In this PESCO project, we have five member states: Austria, France, Hungary, Croatia, and Slovenia. And it was quite clear from the beginning that the PESCO project will have two phases. Phase one is to achieve the initial operational capability by development of a technological demonstrator. And the phase two afterwards should be or will be to achieve the full operational capability. The PESCO initiative, PESCO project, runs since 2018 and will stop 27 or 28. After the PESCO idea came up, the member states asked the European Defence Agency to support the phase two with a Category B project. A Category B project is a project with a clear time frame, with additional money from the contributing member states, and with the opt-in possibility for other member states. We negotiated with an industry consortium with 12 companies, 5 from Austria, 4 from Slovenia, 2 from Hungary, and 1 from Croatia, and they established a consortium to develop a technological demonstrator with the money from the contributing member states. The consortium used the chance of the European Defence Industrial Development Programme and applied for the EDIDP call 2020 and called this proposal CBRN Reconnaissance Surveillance Systems. Different name, same topic. At the end of the day, we will have one technological demonstrator funded by the member states, by the 4 contributing member states, and funded by the EDIDP. Slide, sorry. So this is the phase one, to achieve the initial operational capability. On the one hand, we have the CAT B project from EDA with 3.6 million euros from the 4 contributing member states. On the other hand, we have the European Defence Industrial Development Programme with a funding about 6.7 million euros. Both together, the industry consortium will develop a technological demonstrator. In the EDIDP project, we have additional 3 companies, 2 from France and 1 from Denmark. So at the end of the day, the consortium has 15 companies from 6 European Union member states. Wrong button, sorry. And this is CBRN Surveillance as a Service in the And the blue box, this is the technological demonstrator. This is what the industry is now developing. We have 3 unmanned systems, one small unmanned air vehicle, one larger unmanned air vehicle, and one big unmanned ground vehicle. All 3 of them are controlled by their control elements. Then we have a so-called common control element, and in the rear area, we have the data fusion cell. The idea is that the unmanned systems, equipped with a lot of sensors, chemical sensors, radiological sensors, cameras, thermal cameras, standoff detectors, aerosol samplers, are sent in the possible hazard area to their reconnaissance, surveillance task, send the data in lifetime via the common control element. This is also a relay station. The common control element to the data fusion cell in the rear area, about 50 kilometers in the rear. And in the data fusion cell, a software create a recognized CBRN picture in real time. And this recognized CBRN picture should be used in a common operational picture. This is a military term. When military HQ is established, they have a common operational picture with all the information, enemy, own forces, logistic, and there's also a CBRN part. And this picture from CBRN surveillance should support the military commander, but not only the military commander. If it is requested, it could also support civilian commanders, fire brigades, police forces. So therefore, the member states have defined 3 main scenarios for CBRN surveillance, and just one of the 3 is military. The first, the military support of forces, for example, the European battle group. The second main scenario is to support civilian authorities in a so-called high visibility event. For example, a high-level political meeting with CBR terroristic threats like Davos, or a football championship, or a Pope visit in the capital, where a lot of people are, where the civilian authority is in lead, and there's a CBRN threat. And the third main scenario is to support countries or organizations in a main disaster with the release of CBR threats. So it could support the stricken country, but could also support national or multinational disaster relief units. These are the 3 main scenarios for CBRN SAS. We are currently in the testing phase. We had already 2 field tests in Hungary and Slovenia with a biological and a radiological scenario. In March, we will have the 3rd field test in Croatia, and in April, the last field test in Austria with a chemical scenario, and after that, the first phase will be finished. We are already negotiating and discussing with the member states for the 2nd phase to bring the technological demonstrator to a prototype that the industry can afterwards sell it. This is the 2nd phase. We will start on 1st of June. The first phase will end 31st of May next year. On 1st of June, we will start the 2nd phase. Yeah, I'm finished. The last sentence from my side is, we in the armed forces know that CBRN defense capabilities are not just military capabilities, but should or could be used as a dual-use capability, because we know CBRN threat stop not at the border and make no difference between soldiers and civilians. Thank you. Thank you.
Or change the order. Okay. Yeah.
We just saw that we follow what technology wants to do, right? We are going to discuss about AI and what decisions. So if technology decides to go with Team Up first. We will go with Team Up first. So I'm Eleftherios Ezeunoglou. I'm really honored to participate in this panel, and many thanks, Thomas, for introducing me. Team Up is a new project. It's going to start on 1st of January. So also the presentation that we are going to see, and probably something changed in the template. I don't know, there were some colors there, but okay. The template that you will see, it's not the final, and the aesthetics there. It is a phrasal verb, actually, team up. And what it means, we have the explanation. The idea is to bring together, to create teams of different types of responders, exactly what the topic was requesting from us to do, either experts or non-experts on CBRNe. And exactly on that, we created a consortium. You see a lot of organizations quite experienced in the CBRNe domain, participated also in previous panels or participating in this one. We have the honor also to collaborate with BioXscale. No need to go into details. It is going to be a 3 years project and has a quite big spectrum of different type of responders, including firefighters, including ambulance services, including even private security companies. It is something that it's not always coming to our mind, but in a critical infrastructure, in a metro station, probably in a CBRN incident, private security personnel will be the first one to identify one. And surely a lot of research institutes and SMEs quite experienced in the domain. What are the objectives? Firstly, to define a framework and analyze, as well as through this framework, advance the first responders' knowledge, as well as operational competencies on CBRNe, and this to be done through knowledge sharing, through harmonized training, as well as through evaluating the capabilities, as well as the technology, in a way well intertwined, as it is going to be actually designed in the project, what we want to focus. And since we are all experienced, at least several members of the consortium, in DRS projects, we want to see how we should redefine now our methodology, what should be first and what should be followed when it comes to training, even ourselves, or even training the scientists, the researchers participating, the technology providers, to be trained firstly adequately to the domain. So this is what we want to focus. And here we have also a special case that we are not involving only the experts. Usually we are trying to involve in our projects the experts, those that they know the domain. In this case, and this was exactly the topic, and this made also quite interesting to respond to, is to involve also the non-experts. And we want to revisit this methodology. But following the definition of this methodology, to co-develop some functional tools to armor first responders, either on the one or the other side, with advanced detection, identification, and monitoring tools supporting the search and rescue in this context, in a CBRNe context, supporting triage and supporting decontamination, enjoined operational capabilities incorporated in what we call a toolkit. Validate also tools through a multi-level exercises, tests, and trials. Also initiate pre-normative efforts, and this is an official, let's say, proposal to our sister project, St. Bernard, to go together on this, meaning we are planning for the CWA, and definitely we can go together on this, and also promote synergies as we are doing right now. You see here the overall architecture. We don't have the time to go into details. We hope, and I'm pretty sure that in the future we will have the opportunity to go into details. There is a big spectrum of different technologies and surely artificial intelligence to combine information coming from different ones. This includes definitely the detection, identification, and monitoring part on chemicals, on biological and radiological, as well as explosives, but also a quite big spectrum of technologies related to search and rescue and decontamination, including a new fast deployable decontamination system, as an idea came from Paul on this. Just to explain you the timeline, and I will finish with that. that we will start with an exercise just on month 3. And this exercise is mainly for us, meaning for the researchers from the other side, to be sure that we understand the concept of operations, that we understand the needs, that we understand what needs to be developed. The same applies even for the second exercise, focusing more now on details. And then we proceed to what we call co-creation workshops and gradually laboratory tests and usability tests and final to pilots. I'm giving just an example of a table from the grant agreement to be signed that shows the methodology that we're going to follow. In the first laboratory test, we will have also some responders as observers. But following in the second, we believe and we hope that through our methodology, they will become actors. And this is the main plan of the project, to increase capabilities also of the involved end users, and through that to validate the methodology. So stay tuned. I took 1 minute more, Thomas. I apologize for this. Those that they know me and love me, they know that I speak a lot, being a Greek, but I made my best. Thank you very much.
So now it's San Bernard. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Thank you. San Bernard is the short acronym we prepare for our System for Safe Biological, Chemical, Radiological, and Nuclear Assessment, Rescue, and Decontamination. There are 3 aspects: assessment of, or monitoring, of measuring what there is in the field. As it has been said before, the main problem of CBRNe is that it's invisible. They are usually invisible, and that's a handicap. But the key point here is the safe. Safe. We have to keep safe. And here in the proposal, we stated one of the paragraphs was the importance of being E. And it was mentioning the importance of being earnest, of Oscar Wilde. Earnest means serious. The importance of being serious with CBRN involves the importance of being E, explosives. And that means that we have things like that. You probably never thought that you would see something like this. And this is the second explosion after the first one in Beirut, because it was generated by the dust that was generated. This is in Taiwan. This is an explosion created by an organic volatile gas that traveled all along the subway and the underground and so on. So as you can see, there is a risk not only for the people that is there, but also for the first responders, as it's evident from this footage. You can see the firefighter truck that was there and the risk. The risk of explosive atmosphere is really severe. This is an example, and sad sample of this. And another one, explosive atmospheres are everywhere. And you have to be careful, because even static electricity or just a small hot point is enough to trigger that. So how can we send a drone? How can we send anybody there if we are not sure that we may be igniting the atmosphere? There are more techniques in San Bernard. These are the protests against Pedro Sanchez, because he's associating with criminals, with convicted criminals of thieving public money and even terrorists, and he wants to provide an amnesty. It's 31 days protesting against him in Madrid, and this is the first day where the delegate of the government, not being ethical, used gas to disperse the crowd. You can see the effect of confusion just with pepper gas, but you can see how people, there was nothing even more serious, thanks to God, but you see all eyes irritated, respiratory diseases, and we were fortunate that nothing more serious happened. But you can see also the use of gas just as a normal tool. This is completely unacceptable. well, let's say that what happens if in a football stadium or in a crowded site, there is not just pepper gas, but something more serious. What would be the effect? The effect would be really, really extensive and impactful. I mean, it would be really something that we don't to be there. So we need something fast, and we need something quick to have the first decontamination. The first decontamination must be absolutely fast. Here you can see some images of the kickoff meeting that we had in San Bernard, how we are trying, for instance, to have a tool of fast decontamination of massive number of people. We need not just the contamination of one by one person, but massive number of people. We want to build a drone for explosive atmospheres. We want to create something to decontaminate the lung, that is where the dust may be remaining uncontaminated. And just to mention, we are going to make demonstrations in 7 different sites all along Europe, ranging from tunnels, from tunnels to ports, to buildings and different installations, including nuclear plants simulation, not actual nuclear plants, but simulations of nuclear plants. So, well, I think we will have time, 5 minutes just. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a treasure box of riches there, of ideas, ambition, adventure. I've got some pre-prepared questions. In my defense, I have shared them with the panel. If they've done their homework, I'm not being unkind. So if you're thinking, ooh, Paul, that's a bit mean, they have been given fair and full warning. So I'm going to start with you, Eleftherios, if I may. So sitting, standing, worrying in a command and control room for a large field technical exercise in Finland in 2019, I knew that the emergency services personnel would have one decision to make every 4 seconds for 2.5 hours. And I knew that the decisions that they were being asked to make were complicated and contradictory, and their prioritization, particularly on casualty triage, was going to be challenged every 15 minutes. And I saw the predictable confusion reign within their command structure, and we saw in real time mistakes and incorrect decisions being made on casualty treatment. This was entirely intentional for us to prove our casualty tracking technology. So my question, I think the human needs as much help as he or she can get in making those life-changing, life-critical decisions throughout the evolution of a crisis. So could you comment for us, please, on the potential and likely timeline, in your opinion, for algorithmic agents, artificial intelligence, to become point-of-need assistance to command and control teams?
Surely, Thomas, and many thanks for the question. I tried to make my homework, and actually, I was hearing a lot of podcasts all these days, and I tried to hear them again in the plane with different ideas. You know, there are many angles regarding this topic. It goes without saying, meaning that what you experience is something that we see also in many other projects as a need, as a demand, meaning what you mentioned is also quite relevant to the Nightingale project that we also have the honor to coordinate when it comes to triage and medical assistance and decisions about medical assistance. But this includes any decision to be taken when it comes to disaster response, even more when it comes to CBRN, and even when you are uncertain on what exactly is happening and what should be the measures to be taken. A quite huge discussion has opened the last, let's say, 6 months or more after the arrival of ChatGPT and the application of artificial intelligence. And you know, I don't know, I'm starting feeling old although probably I'm the younger in this panel, but I'm starting feeling old because, you know, back in my times that I started, you know, I'm using this term now, but I started studying what we were calling pattern recognition. Speaking about artificial intelligence was not, or even machine learning. You know, you were able to understand things. You were even able to solve a neural network by your hand in a paper and to understand why the answer is being given. Now with ChatGPT, even their creators, they're saying that they're not fully able to understand. So we have to see and be clear and understand the difference between enhanced by AI rule-based models, meaning those that integrate curated knowledge, human intelligence, things that have been extracted by the experience of commanders, of responders, of doctors, and then probably enhanced by AI on some parameters, on some details, compared to these large language models that we discussed today, and we expect that they are able to solve everything and give. Yes, they are doing really well in some things. We have to remember, however, that they are based in human knowledge, and they are actually using these. A big difference here, compared to the success of ChatGPT and similar models, is that they had a lot of data. Something that we definitely miss in the security domain, we definitely miss in the pre-hospital support domain. We actually fight in Nightingale to find pre-hospital data, meaning vitals from patients in the field, data when it comes to the use of resources, data when it comes to the availability of hospitals during disasters. And I'm pretty sure the same applies also for CBRN, or even more when it comes to what has been detected, where has been detected, etc. So I would say that it is a challenge of a decade, and before reaching that, firstly, to ensure that we will reach a state that we will take advantage of systems that allow us to collect data. This might include digital triage and monitoring of vitals. This might include systems for detection, identification, and properly registering the data, keeping safely the data in order to allow then these models to be properly trained. And surely something that we should focus in the meantime is firstly legal and ethical aspects that are starting to be visited based on the capabilities that similar to ChatGPT models have, and definitely we should follow, but also to the extent that AI is going to be involved at each moment, meaning in a moment that you have a responder in the field, there are just two responders and they have to take decisions, probably yes, it's better to be supported by a system. But while resources are being brought, while the situation is well understood, detections are more clear, etc., probably the decisions should be given back to human intelligence or having a combination. So to give an answer, I believe that we have a lot of road to cover firstly, and this includes the data collection, meaning it's absolutely needed, and I believe that we are not yet there in some quite important domains that include pre-hospital life support and include also CBRN.
Thank you so much. So I think the key terms for me in that response were the training is curated and overseen by experts, that the citizen has a vital and important role to say how much of that rules-based operation are we comfortable with, and are they legal, ethical aspects. Just a challenge for you all, if you use ChatGPT, why don't you try writing or asking it, provide me one page of guidelines for responding to a chemical emergency, and see what it tells you to do. Yeah, just see, just put it in there and see what it does. Because your 18-year-old who doesn't know what to do will do just that. And on top of that, it takes around about 15 minutes for Russia Today to start transmitting misinformation on on a chemical incident, as happened in the Berlin Gap in the English Channel not so long ago. 15 minutes to the first social media lies being promulgated. It took 90 minutes for the emergency services on site to get their social media working. Right. Enough of that frightening dystopian future. Let's Stefano, you painted or showed this really exciting image of four-dimensional situational awareness. And I'm really interested to know what your thoughts are on how do you decide what sensors are to be emitted into that environment? What are the capabilities, sensor capabilities that the end user needs in informing your research? And how do you go about finding that out?
So I will start with considering, let's say, the generic capabilities that we want to implement. And those are guided by constant interactions, in the context of EDF initiatives, both with constant interaction with the Ministry of Defense, and even more broadly, the pace is set by the capability development plan and periodically by the capability development priorities. And in fact, when it comes to Mosaic, we were really happy to see that even the 2023 iteration of the capability development priorities took into account 4 elements, 3 of which are thoroughly covered by the project. I have the list here. So when it comes to enhanced sensor, for example, the priority for CBRN Defense is to have more accurate sensors, but also cheaper, more compact in terms of dimension, power consumption, so on and so forth, capable of detecting more and more substances and with less traces left on surfaces or in the environment by those substances. So specifically in the context of Mosaic, we are developing laser spectroscopy sensors, and we are trying with the miniaturization and enhanced accuracy of those sensors. So that would be the very specific answers. But there are other priorities highlighted by those capability development priorities. And the second one is data networking, of course, and we have a remarkable example through the CBRN AAS project, but also automation for the gathering of data. And in that context, sensors mounted on drones really do the trick because it allows not only to remove the operator from the field, but also to have a more comprehensive fleet of drones, and so more assets capable of collecting and transmitting data. And this is another very important priority that is being addressed by the Mosaic project. And thirdly, we have the improved and innovative equipment. Now, in that field, extended reality, virtual reality is not specifically mentioned, but we do have the use of cheaper robotics, which will translate at some point in the use of commercial off-the-shelf robotics and UAVs in particular. Now, in my opinion, we do have a gap in terms of production capability in Europe when it comes to commercial off-the-shelf UAVs, for example. And we are seeing a constant increase in the use of UAVs in conflict scenarios, unfortunately. But what we want to achieve, or at least research, is can those drones, very basic, very simple, be used in such a response scenario, so in CBRN response scenario? And the answer is yes, because they just need to have the proper payload, the proper endurance on the scene. And the tricky part is to proper incorporate the sensors needed to perform those data collection. But then there is another problem. We need European projects because CBRN defense is a very sensitive topic, and we cannot rely on externally produced commercial off-the-shelf components. So this is a major gap. But when it comes to priorities in the CBRN defense, again, capability development plan and contact with the actual end users when it comes to defense do the trick.
Wow. So I'm blown away by these aerial displays of drones creating dragons that fly through the air and change color and breathe fire and all of the other clever things that people are doing with these devices. Now give them sensors and make them operate in swarms so they can almost find the individual casualty and start to provide situational awareness for snatch rescue. I think that is an extraordinary prospect to see. But smaller, faster, cheaper, lighter, and then give it wings. Right. So we've heard two responses there. Do my friends and colleagues on the panel, do you have any supplementary points you want to make on artificial intelligence and what we need?
Well, just I would like to point out that I fully agree that this must be something that Europe has to undertake by its own, because it's quite sensitive, and otherwise you wouldn't be never sure that the cybersecurity in your process, and that what you are measuring is exactly what you are getting at your base. And second, I would like to comment about the use of drones. The use of drones, in principle, it seems straightforward. You send the drone, you just provide the sensor, you just send the drone, and that's it. But there are two key issues there. The first one is that nobody wants to lose their drones. So if you send your drone into a hot zone that is contaminated with CBRN, nobody knows how to decontaminate it and not spoiling the drone. That is the first issue. And the second issue is that if it's explosive, you may be igniting the explosive atmosphere with the drone itself, because the drone has conventional drones, they have high current, they have hotspots and many other facts that make them unsuitable for explosive atmosphere. That is one of the objectives we have, is to develop motors and the basic elements for drones compatible with explosive atmospheres, so that we may be sure that we are not going to trigger the explosion. At least us, at least not us. Thank you.
So, as Stefano mentioned, we are in EDA. We were tasked by the member states for the capability development revision, and I'm quite happy that CBRN Defense is back. On the one hand, I'm happy that CBRN Defense is back as a European capability priority. But on the other hand, CBRN Defense is back. Why? We have CBRN threats in Europe. And this is not, I'm not so happy for that. So we all together have to look for the end users. Who are the boots on the ground? What are they doing? They must be protected. We need easy to use handheld identification, not just detection, identification systems. We need, of course, unmanned systems, but must also be easy to use. They're not full academics to work on the field. They're corporals or firemen. They do their job very good and they're well trained. But we have to not to be too scientific and too academic in our approach and in the development. So we have to really look on the end users, and the AI will come. And a very, very important, and in Europe it's not exist, is the data transfer. We have no data transfers for CBRN data. If something happened in a country, you can do it like in the 80s. You take the cell phone or the telephone and call your neighbor. I have a measurement somewhere. There's no data transmission. There's no data transfer regularly. So this is one of the priority. Yes, it is. But this is one we should work at. Not for the military. This is for everyone. As I said before, CBRN threat make no difference between civilians and soldiers.
Okay, so expensive, highly capable technology, sending it into a hot zone, maybe not so bright. Maybe thought needs to be given to best ways of using and applying this technology in the short term. How's it to be deployed? Where's it to be sent? Certainly for mission protection deployments, I can see that. Is your cold zone really that cold? Is the wind changing? So that's the kind of thing that I can see, but you're absolutely right. And just the friction of of the rotor blades in a dusty air atmosphere is enough to get things going. Even the spark in someone's static on their hair can really create disaster for them, for sure. And then data transfer. Oh, you and me, we could drink many beers together while discussing data transfer issues. Every single exercise that I've participated in has been dominated first and foremost by issues of data transfer. So no matter how skilled or clever or dedicated your communications teams are, they always need more time, more resources, and encouragement if data is going to flow freely between the various systems, for sure, for sure. We talked earlier about involving citizens in research, and I'm just going to take advantage of this to say we included some wheelchair users with wheelchair user observers in an exercise. And what came abundantly clear to me, particularly studying the videos after the event, was how in the event of an evacuation, the wheelchair users and their assistants automatically went to the back of the line. They were the last people to leave the zone to be evacuated. And the assistants was actually this is military personnel. They were physically capable, but they could not evacuate their charge before everyone else had left the space, for sure. And then the question arises, given that they're going to be held back in the hot zone and contaminated area, should the assistant stay with the person they're supposed to be assisting, or should they evacuate? Certainly in my work in studies of poisonous gases and hazardous gas atmospheres, the rule was always, if you're unprotected in a hazardous atmosphere, you must evacuate. You must never stop to assist someone else until you have respiratory protection. And there are many classic cases where people turn back to help their friends, their brothers, their family, and became secondary and even tertiary casualties in those events. So there's a whole host of real insight to be gained by including such observers and people in your studies, and we learned a huge amount from them. It was very humbling. They're so determined to communicate with us, and some of them had significant speech impediments, but their intelligence and their observations were absolutely first class, sharp, and vitally useful to informing our thinking and progressing our work in this area. I commend to you Milt Stathopoulos from the National Technical University of Athens for leading that particular study. Well, I'm going to move on now, and Jose, could you please advise our audience on what you think are the best steps to take in a project while the project is still active, from moving from idea to actuality, to making things happen in the commercial sense, to delivering ideas into products? What's your main points of advice for us, please?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. That's quite difficult, because something that you think that may be really interesting, practical, and useful for any of these cases, maybe not so straightforward to be commercialized. We found during pandemics was it was a good time for testing this kind of episodes. During pandemics, we realized that in many cases, responsibles of institutions and well, I would mention no more details about that, but responsibles of institutions were not worried about the safety of their workers or even the users of their services. They were just worried about keeping everything calm and not to be removed from their seat. And that's a real fact. So what they wanted, something just to show that they did something. So some kind of solutions that were something like miracles were used, but they didn't really care about the actual fact that something worked or not. So what I think that is the hardest point here is to move to something that must be given, let's say, by default, that is, you need to test things, you need to test procedures, you need to test technologies, you need to test everything before let's say, saying that it's useful for something. So that is, for me, it's a key point, but it's quite hard to go to the market while there is not such a conscience of needing something that really works. And in pandemics, we were all witness of many actions that were completely useless. You remember when everybody was washing the goods that had purchased in the shop and these kind of things that were perfectly useless. And I think that the hardest point is from mentality, and also to reach the point that the people may understand that is really a need or maybe a need. Cannot say anything else about it.
Well, yes, test, and testing. We've heard that before in a different context, the test message. But certainly in my current work, we've got a device. I think it works beautifully. Yeah? But I now have to test it and test it and test it. And I have to try and break it in every possible conceivable way I can imagine, and then give it to other people to see if they can outdo me in how they can break it. And if I go to capital and I say, I want a lot of money to see if my system works and see if it can be broken, they'll say, well, come back when you've done that work. And so we fall into the valley of death. And to actually go from proof of concept and exciting possibility to actuality, you're saying it's that quality systems, it's that test. So I think perhaps there's something there for us as we're writing our next consortium bids and proposals to think about the need for setting up great ideas to transition out of the project, to make sure that pathway of testing and quality assurance and reliability is embedded. And we perhaps need to speak to our reviewers and say, oh, yeah, we know it doesn't sound very interesting, but it's fundamentally vital if this thing's going to actually translate into a deliverable product.
That, for instance, during pandemics, we act in emergency mode. Let's say that we didn't have procedures. We had our counterfog technology was ready for application, but we didn't have the procedures. We had tested it in laboratory, even in let's say in real environments, but we didn't have the exact procedures, or for instance, how to decontaminate an ambulance. So we improvised that. So fortunately, in San Bernard, we will have the opportunity to test how long we have to be decontaminating it, what are the best biocides to use them, how intensive must be the application, and so on. So we are going not to be blind. That is what is the worst thing that we have in CBRN. If we are blind and we don't see the agent, and we cannot see if it's still there, or we have still to be decontaminating it, well, that's a sort of, the resources wouldn't be used effectively and efficiently, and we would be losing the war. So it's essential for us to be in the right position, to be safe, but not to be wasting the resources and useless.
Thank you. Well, Fritz, you, I think, have the most operational experience of us all in this area. So I thought I'd leave the last question and the last word to you, so to speak. So I'd like to invite you, what you think, given your privileged insight behind closed doors and elsewhere, what you can share with us are the development priorities for CBRNe sensing capability, detection and monitoring. What do you think, if you had $1 or €1 to spend on detection, identification and monitoring, where would you place it? What would you do with it?
I think that there would be a lot to do. We are not bad on this stage. The industry provided us with a very good equipment and solutions. The armed forces and those of the civilian organizations who are dealing with CBRN defense are well equipped and trained in Europe. But as I said before, we need easy to use handheld identification systems for our units on the spot. For them being, we can more or less detect, but not identificate. And we had a medical doctor in the first panel, and there's not enough to detect something. They need to know what it is to start the medical countermeasures, for example, or also decontamination measurement. And for the decontamination part, it's also, we have to always have in mind the environmental protection. This are our countries, this is our hometown, and we cannot, don't know, the CBRN waste water sent back to the environment. So we have to take care, also the armed forces, so reduce the waste, the CBRN waste after decontamination, so waterless decontamination solutions or harmless decontamination solutions. And then the use of unmanned systems, because in our consortium we have a company with a very good slogan. The slogan is, don't send a man or a woman to do a machine's job. So to reduce casualties, to reduce the danger of our people, of the people they work with. CBRN is danger enough. So we should not we should protect the workers on the spot as much as we can. So these are for me as a CBRN officer's point of view, what we have to do in near future. And then for the Union, for the European Union, it would be really necessary in a long range development that we establish a CBRN data network in Europe. Not just for the armed forces, for everyone, also for governmental use, of course. That we change our information regularly, and if I'm in Denmark or in Spain, we have to do the same CBRN picture. What happened in Europe? This would be my dream. But then I'm retired and old and cannot use anymore.
So, emphasizing the need for interoperability at the level of data. I think that's what I'm getting. So joint services, joint data, joint access to data. And then what do you do with the waste? How do you manage the waste, of which there will be a huge amount, Any other contributions on what we've just heard from the rest of the panel? Do either of you?
Just a comment. In our project, we are minimizing the waste. You know that the counterflow technology enables us to use micro-sized droplets or even sub-micron-sized droplets, and that means an enormous saving of the contaminant we are using, and of course of the waste that you are producing. So we try to go in that direction of minimizing the waste, and also to acting, if it's possible, also to act even if you don't know exactly what substance you are in front of. So that's a sort of, as it's based on physical properties, you would collapse everything. Data you can act, but at least you are preventing breathing, and that would be at least the first action that you could make immediately, not just waiting to any other data.
So I'm acutely aware, that on the panel you've got 5 white men. I'd really like to open the discussion up to the floor, and I'd like some diversity of voices, differences of opinion, other ideas. So I'll just give you a few moments to collect your thoughts, but I really do invite contributions from everybody. So if you're thinking, oh, maybe I shouldn't, I think maybe you should. Just to remind you, we're interested in the role of machine agents, software agents in decision-making or assisting decision-making. How do you get great ideas commercialized out of projects? What are the priorities? What are the priorities for next generation sensors? And what are the operational needs in detection, identification, and monitoring? So this is where my heart is in my mouth as I look, and I see hands going up. So, all right.
Thank you. So one of the speakers mentioned, sorry, I don't remember who exactly, that certain type of biosensors are also tested within CBRN data networks. Could you name it, please, if it's not a secret or not confidential, that what type of biodetection approaches did you test during the projects?
I think you're referring to Mosaic. So they are currently under development, and aside from the ones I already quoted, I much prefer not to go into too much detail. Of course, when it comes to biodetection, the problem is that we need a response in a faster way, definitely, and more precise, because operators on the field cannot afford, especially in a contested environment, cannot afford to lose valuable time while waiting for the reach-back capability to provide a definite answer. And so this is something we are confronting with, even keeping in mind that most of the times to collect a valuable sample of a biological threat, the procedure is much more complicated. So those are some obstacles that we are indeed experiencing, and we are positive about the solution of it. Keeping in mind that probably that would be the most difficult part in terms of sensors evolution.
Some years ago, I was at a CBRN briefing at Royal Military College, Shrivenham in the UK, and a very charismatic young Singaporean PhD student stands up and he asks the same question of the audience. He says, put your hands up if you had €1 to spend, would you spend it on chemical detection? Not a single hand went up. Everyone was happy with it. What about explosives? No, we're good, thanks, that's fine. And then the next one, he said, well, what about biology? And the hands went up, every hand in the room. We're talking about senior directors of research programs from all over the world, to which he says, well, I didn't know why I bothered to do my PhD then. So it remains the true then and it remains true today. The greatest technological challenge in this space is biodetection. And it's such a wide and diverse thing. And the problems with biodetection is they take a while to take effect, and people travel, and the things can grow and develop. The differential element of it is that the hazard becomes more intense with time. It doesn't get diluted the further you move away from the source. It just grows and develops and changes. So with that, and given that you're not prepared to come and dance with me on the stage and talk, I think we've been going a while. You're going to be thirsty and in need of some rest and relaxation. So just join me, please, in thanking my excellent panel. It's been an honor to work with you, and join me in applauding them. Thank you very much.
Co? Tak jak wpadają, wiesz co, zaś ci powiem jak wpadają, żebyś, bo... Yes, please. Alek. That's Olga. And actually, no, I haven't introduced myself. No, sorry. I know, but I should have said it.
Oh, beautiful. Nice to meet you.
Sorry, I was running there.
It's okay.
One stop.
It's okay. We're just gonna start. I'm just gonna say, I'm just gonna say a few words about position before and then I'll introduce this one. Are you gonna talk about it too?
No, I'm going to introduce the whole panel as it is, and with the answer and then we want to start with coordination and support action. So first is Olga, then there are three.
I just introduce you all, and then I'll let you do the moderation.
You've got information about everyone?
No. I'm just gonna hear your names, and then I'll let you.
Okay, because it is what I actually wanted to say, to use the name to say about which project is someone. Okay, we can double. Say whatever. Do whatever you feel is right, and then I will join you. Szklarski. Call me just Lucas.
All right, everyone. We are ready to rock and roll for the next session. We have already here on stage the colleagues that are going to take the next session, but I also wanted to reflect for a second on what we heard in the previous session. We heard about different challenges and the question on commercialization also of the different detection of the different solutions. And I just wanted to also share what it means, like from a European perspective, to be developing European capabilities and the challenges that we face when we go and try and make sure that we either use standards or we use the same protocols. And sometimes what we have found is that the commercialization of the solutions is not necessarily the worst problem, but sometimes it's the integration of the different solutions. We come up with amazing solutions, but there is a very wide segmentation of the market, which doesn't allow individual companies then to actually access the market in different countries. Probably we also have colleagues of DG DEFIS here today. Oh no, I was like, okay. But anyway, in that respect, I think that the European Defence Fund is also trying to address a little bit this challenge. And indeed, when it comes to CBRN crisis management, this is like this whole afternoon. Of course, it has been about CBRN crisis management. It is indeed very very important to consider industries as part of the emergency response. And to that end, actually, the question of integration of the different solutions. Of course, like we have heard about the challenges of what are we learning and how do we make sure that what we are learning is what we need to learn. But I wonder whether, really moving towards the creation of an EU CBRN industrial cluster could actually help us address a lot of the issues, a lot of the technical issues that we face. As companies, as startups, as researchers, as scientists, as policymakers, as program managers that are responsible for the development of European capabilities. It could actually also provide the space to integrate our work and to make sure that the solutions we are working on are more integrated and have a more sort of certain path for implementation. And I look forward also to exploring these ideas more after this session during the drinks. But now we are I'm gonna pass the floor to Łukasz Celarski for a panel that is titled "From Research to Innovation: The Encircle Experience." Now, I have to mention this. Encircle has been the very first EU project that we have brought into rescue. When we were developing decontamination capabilities, we were at a point where we really were looking for a place to bring innovative solutions into the future European decontamination capabilities. And so we asked member states to name what kind of gaps they saw when it came to decontamination. And they came up with a number of different gaps. And so we took these gaps and then we went to Encircle and we asked whether we could be helped in matching those gaps with companies and with companies that were working on those solutions. And we met every single one of the companies that Encircle flagged to us and the member states flagged to us. And we wrote then a report based on this collaboration. So something that was very appreciated by member states and something that has really allowed us to have today capabilities that are being developed that are incredibly innovative, including some, UGVs that are being deployed, that are being developed in Croatia, and that will be able indeed to penetrate also the hot area. So looking forward to hearing the contributions from the panel. I'll let Łukasz introduce you all.
Thank you, Antonella, for this introduction. Maybe no more introductions. Antonella said virtually everything that you need to hear as an introduction to this panel. My name is Łukasz Szklarski, and during last year I was privileged with the coordination of 3 projects in this under this umbrella, which is EU-SENS, EURADIAN, and Chimera. And probably I could talk a whole hour about how wonderful, how challenging experience this coordination were. But due to time limitation, I will cut down my favorite topic and go to the panel. The idea of the panel is to tell you about the whole umbrella of European Commission actions covering CBRN developments from the H 2020 beginning, which started with Encircle, and about the evolution of the projects and path to the market. To talk about projects in this initiative, other members of the panel will be Olga Wybornowa, who was participating in the Encircle, Paweł Gromek, participant of EU-SENS and Chimera, Robert Zik, participating Chimera, EURADIAN, EU-SENS. I already mentioned myself, and Holozang project will be presented by Bela Mihalik and Janos Palhami. Sorry for pronounce of the names. So I want to, and it will conclude the presentations. I will also say a few words about the difference between the project categories and their relations, but I really want to cut down all the time spent on the presentations and have the center of gravity of this meeting, so discussion of the expert as much exposed as possible. So when we finish the presentation, there will be two main topics of the panel discussion. First will be benefits of cooperation, and when I'm talking about benefits of the cooperation, I'm talking about all kind of cooperation that we took part in. So I'm talking about cooperation between project of the same category, cooperation of different categories of the project, as the cooperation of the RIA projects with NSERC, and also about other cooperation that all projects has with the external world. The second part of the discussion will be devoted to the program itself. The program itself is probably the best action that took place in the European Commission concerning CBRN. I'm working on my current position since Poland joined the European Union, so since 2004. And from my perspectives, all these actions that started with Chimera, with H2020 and following years were the most beneficial actions for the CBRN protection for the CBRN technologies development. However, there of course we may find recommendation how to inspire the European Commission for the shape of the future programs to make it even more beneficial for the participants and for the European community. And after this short set of questions and answers, we will finish. And now I launch the presentation about the projects categories. So I will go through it smoothly. Just as informative layer, we are talking about different categories of the project. We will be talking about coordination and support actions, as NSERC was. So the actions that are not developing any kind of the technology are focused on gathering requirements, are focused on all the supporting actions for the projects. Then we go to research and innovation actions. Research and innovation actions are the actions where technology developments, when the project developments are designed from the scratch to the low TRL when the concept may be proven. However, it is still far from the market-ready quality. And finally, the last category of the projects that we want to mention here is innovation action. The difference between research and innovation action is that this kind of actions is focused on pushing technologies to the market, so it's preferably focused on the technologies that are already on low TRL, and the aim is to make it as close to to deliver fully operational prototype as close to the market as possible. Just one slide to talk about road to market, but what's happening. So as you see, the NSERC started in March 2017. It means that the action and proposals were submitted in 2016, while the next connected projects were in following years, while the project that I'm going to talk about is the last one, the Chimera, started this year. So it's supposed to finish in 2026. So we are talking about 10-year long initiative. Maybe let's focus on what happened. So about last 8 years of actions under European Commission umbrella. And well, it is to collaborate. It was supposed to be visualization of different layers of cooperation. I started drawings arrows, but halfway I decided that nothing is visible anymore. However, I want you to have in mind all the time that this cooperation between projects in one category, different categories, cooperation with external world is vital both for the technology development, for the usability of what we are developing here, as well for the European community. Okay, so let's go to the project. Sorry, I've got the camera as the last one. Oh, sorry.
So me again, but this time I will speak about the past project, which, yes, ENCIRCLE finished in September 2021. It was the first, as Lukas now explained, the whole mechanism of this project. So ENCIRCLE was the first in the mechanism. It was coordination and support action to set the context, to prepare the research and development gaps in CBRN, to prepare the marketplace, standards, platforms, all these ideas to transfer to and to support the further projects of CBRN Cluster Part B, which were research innovation actions, so that they can use these resources prepared by ENCIRCLE and to continue further. For example, ENCIRCLE provided the list of research and development gaps and priorities to focus on, and the Commission selected some of these to launch for the call for the CBRN Cluster Part B project, so that they can choose which priority to focus on and to build their proposal based on that. So you can see the list of the CBRN Cluster Part B projects which were supported by ENCIRCLE while ENCIRCLE was still there and still running. The first ones were Cosmic, Terrific, EOSense, then EURADION, Holoscan, CERSIN, and NEST. So all of them are on the screen. I will not speak in detail about them all because Cosmic, Terrific, EOSense already finished, and others are here present, and they will speak much better about themselves. But so the main thing what ENCIRCLE did, it was the dynamic catalog of CBRN technologies, which Antonella mentioned and which we shared, of course, with the community, with the Part B projects, with the Commission. Everything is available. It consists mainly of the technological and industrial community and the practitioners and customers community. So it is a secured space, so of course the registration to the catalog is an important process, secured process. From the technological and industrial community, every company, every project needed to register at least one tool, at least one, preferably more, okay, which could be available to the community and to the practitioners to see what is available. And from the practitioners community, it was mainly about to know the gaps and needs so that they express what is their priority. This is the catalog in numbers, so you can see how many gaps and priorities and needs were identified, how many companies, hundreds of companies and tools are registered in the catalog. And okay, just to say that all this is still running. Okay, yes, it is visible. Just for those people who know the catalog and who follow ENCIRCLE since the time of its running, you can see that the address of the catalog changed because it migrated after the end of the project. It migrated to another resource. So it is on this link what you can see on the top of the screen. And now our lab, since we were coordinator of Encircle and now we are coordinator of Enotis, we inherit the maintenance and further development of this catalog. So it is not finished. The catalog is still dynamic and it is updated regularly, and we accept new registrations and we keep it running for the benefit of the whole CBRN community. The Encircle resources which were made available to support the research innovation actions of CBRN cluster part B. So this is dynamic catalog of technologies. It is the market analysis report, business maturity model, standards database, technologies compatibility interfaces and integration platforms, analysis of legal documents on defense and security procurement, and human factors analysis. You know, Encircle did all its best to support the projects while it was running, but of course, as soon as it was over and finished in September 2021, we had no possibility, no mechanism to follow up, to make sure that all these resources were somehow used. We just could make all our best to make them available, and I can only hope that they were useful for the projects, and I will be very curious to know if it was really useful and what you think about it and what are the further developments. So thank you very much. That's about Encircle.
Thank you very much. This is a great opportunity to be here. Me and János from Holoscan project. We're working on a microscopic based biodetector. It's mainly developed for pathogenic detection, not biotoxins. The project is, we made a roll-up about the project because a lot of task is included from human study to even optical system optimization. So I cannot present all of it. And also we put some paper on the desk outside. It's about, it's the reprint of our last scientific poster. And it describes a handheld device because Encircle project was one of our compass to know what is needed for the community. And so we developed a concept. We come from the nothing because we didn't know any of you. We just read the Encircle paper, really. It was very detailed. And based on this specification, we try to make a proposal, and we're working on it. This is a modular design or system because still very experimental, and we have to change the module, the sampler, the analysis part, the preparation part. We prepare it for pilot projects and for BSL-3 and BSL-4 laboratories, because in actual form, the device is not possible to put into higher BSL laboratories because the decontamination rules are very, very strict. And I would like to give the word to János. We prepared for discussion, I think, not a project presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity. And as Béla mentioned, we didn't plan to introduce the project. Can you hear me well? Sorry. I have some auditory impairment. I cannot hear myself. So we didn't plan to introduce the project. I prepared some outlines, some sentences to initiate discussion or interaction in connection with obstacles and gaps and challenges related to biodetection. So biothreat detection, when we mention this term, basically means three absolutely different approaches. But of course, in 2023, based on computational tools, these approaches are mixed together, kind of the number of intersections are increasing year after year. So we can mention anomaly detection methods like flame photometry, laser-induced fluorescence, etc., etc. We can also speak about detection-based classification in case of optical sensors mostly. Holoscan project, as Bela mentioned, belongs to this class rather. And of course, the gold standard, as we call it, is usually identification, genomic analysis methods and spectrometry methods, mass spectrometry, etc., etc. So the real question is, I think, how can we implement these methods into the chain of decision-making from CBRN perspective? In other words, when first responders must evacuate the stadium, is it possible for them to make a decision based on anomaly detection or classification or based on identification only, or none of them is true? Maybe only the laboratory-made decision can be handled by the authorities. So there are, of course, standards, protocols, SOPs for this, but that's a real question when we start an R&D process, how to comply with these standards, what is the real target, or how can we implement the use case into the daily research. So that's one point. And yeah, the other is the common challenges in the case of every type of biodetection methodologies. I would like to emphasize the database building strategy. So without, as we heard previously during the last session as well, if we don't have good databases, good quality data, we cannot develop anything. And to tell you the truth, we will speak about this more probably today, but there are no existing overall CBRN-based standards for AI evaluation, database building, database cross-validation and testing. We can work it out. There are very good routes, but it's a missing point, I think. And yes, of course, and that's my last sentence, we have to develop connections, I mean, synergies between large companies and SMEs and first responders, users. Otherwise, we are not able to finalize the real R&D accordingly. So, yeah, I finish here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Segg from the Swedish Defence Research Agency. I'm head of the Department of Radiation Protection and Dispersion Modeling. So probably I will talk about a lot of radiation and dispersion modeling today, or at least during my 4 minutes. I'm working at the division of CBRN Defense and Security. We are located in Umeå in Sweden. And I will talk a little about of EU Radion. It's a little bit in the wrong order because EU Sense was the first project, and really EU Radion is the mirror image of EU Sense. But nevertheless. It's a 3-year project, and the budget is about 3.5 million euros, and we are almost finished. It will be a demo in Norway in February. I'm looking at my Norwegian partner here. And I think it's week of 6 in Norway.
7 and 8 of February.
Yeah.
7 and 8 of February.
Yeah. So that will be very thrilling to see the final demo of this project. The partners of this project, and I think that's the one of the key issues in having good projects actually, is that we have a mix of enterprises in this project, small, medium enterprises. We have the applied research, the research institute, which I'm representing here today. We have the university, the academic research represented, and also the end users. So we have this mix, and I think that's very beneficial in this kind of project, even though it's between TRL 2 to 6. because our aim is really to climb higher. And I think Lukas will talk about that a little bit more. I will go directly to basically our concept in this. Isn't it there? The concept picture is gone. So I will talk about that a little bit freely here. So the concept is really in EU Radion to develop a measuring unit, a sensor integration unit which can measure radiation. And you might think, okay, radiation, that is something that we know a lot about. We know how to measure that. But do we really know that? Do we know what the sensor sees, especially if it's mounted on an UGV? We don't think so. We have to explore this, and this is really the research part, the TRL level number 2 to 3, to explore that. What do we see? Because if we want to do something about the data, we have to know what we measure, basically. And I think we have done some pretty good work there, actually, to calibrate the sensor, to understand where it's positioned on the UGV, what it measures, and then we actually can use it when we have this insight. Because then we want to, of course, use the UGVs or on person, these sensor integration units put on the person to actually do something about the data, because we cannot cover a full area of data. We have to do something more to fill the gaps. And that's where dispersion modeling comes in. So you can think of meteorology. In meteorology, to make a forecast, about half the computing time goes to building the joint operational picture there, the kind of the picture where we take the forecast from. And so I think this is a good way to go forward, actually, to have our measurements and have a complement with our dispersion modeling tool. And that's also kind of a research question, and we have done that during this project. And finally, of course, we have to put this in a situational awareness tool and so on and so forth. But I think this project is really about taking research, things that we don't know how we measure, or we know how we measure, but how we actually, what do we see, to actually put it in a tool where we can do the calculations. And we have to do it a little bit faster than a weather forecast modeling, because we can't wait for a number of hours or so. So that is something also that we have focused around to get it fast. But it's not a product yet. We need to take it one step further on. And I think that's where Chimera takes on. But I believe that EU Sense is the next project to be presented here. So we take Chimera later on. Have I forgotten anything, Lukas? Then we go to EU Sense.
Good afternoon, Paweł Gromek from Fire University in Warsaw, Poland. I'm academic teacher, researcher, and officer of the State Fire Service, which also corresponds to the specifics of the entity which I represent. And today, just few words about EU Sense project. EU Sense means European Sensor System for CBRN applications. So accordingly to the baseline, the project duration was 36 months. It was ended, so the project is finalized. Last big big event was the final demonstration on the it has form of full-scale exercises with the direct use of EU sense output. The demonstration based on two scenarios, namely on mass event scenario and a scenario related to railway accident, to highlight that basic fundamentals and functionalities of the project were met. Here you may see the consortium members, just like in case of EU-Radion. Also in EU sense, we based on mixed structure of project entities. There were academia representatives, end users, a strong representative of end users, product providers, technology providers, and etc. So basing on this structure of the consortium members, we were able to, on the one hand, use new technologies, and on the other hand, meet expectations of end users, especially that the main goal was to create a step change in chemical detection by developing a novel network of sensors that exploits advanced machine learning and modeling algorithms for improved performance. From the perspective of on end user that I represent, it was important because of the fact that results from EU sense allowed us to reduce personal risks and operational risks related to chemical accident response, because as a first point, we were able to indicate location of the chemical agent release point. Secondly, we are able to indicate the range of hazard zone, and thirdly, we are able to predict the development of the hazard. So these three essential information packages crucial from the perspective of end user to get resources in a proper way, in proper place. Also, machine learning is worth to be highlighted here because of reduction of false alarms rate. And crossing by the project content, the content was based on three high-level objectives with strong correspondence to ENCIRCLE catalog of technologies, just like on good practices and needs, especially operational needs of end users related to these aspects. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paweł. I'm sorry for that technical part. I need to find the right slides. Okay. I'm a few minutes behind the schedule, so I will start with some synergy, and I will be mutually presenting project, talking about a little bit about history and cooperation. Maybe it will let me earn some time. The Chimera is actually opus magnum of everything that we want to deliver in CBRN. So the idea of Chimera to deliver fully operational integrated network for the CBRN protection, analyzing chemical, radiological, biological agents in real time, is actually something that we started discussing long before the ENCIRCLE, even long before H2020. Me and some colleagues from FY, some colleagues from FFE were involved in this study for the European Defence Agency, where the output of this theoretical discussion would be, yes, this kind of network, if ever created in the future, might be very beneficial
for the CBRN protection. We decided, okay, great theory, let's build it. Let's try to do it. And it was more or less 2015, 16, so you need to understand it was almost 10 years ago when H2020 with this umbrella under ENCIRCLE started. We say, finally, we have opportunity to build it, but how to approach such a big enterprise? Of course, we decided that there is no budget, no call, no time that would allow us to create everything in the one project. So initially, we focus on the what seemed to be the most important for us in 2017. So we decided to push the chemical detection, chemical detection technology a little bit forward. And that resulted with the EU sense. Later, as the Robert said, the mirror approach, we implemented to push the technology for the radiation in the EU region, and it took us almost 8 years, and also H2020 has been finished till that time. Till we decided that, okay, we are ready, we know how to create the full CBRN network. That's why we applied for this Horizon Europe when we luckily won the Chimera project, which is typical innovation action. So on one hand, it is supposed to push all the breakthroughs that we developed on low TRL in EU sense concerning chemical detection and develop it up to the market shape. The same approach goes to the radiation, but we decided that we wanted to make our life even a bit harder, and we decided also to add the integrated biological component to, in the end, achieve high TRL product. In the consortium, as you see, the core consortium is more or less the same set of partners that we had in EU-RADIAN, EU sense. There are, of course, some differences connected with the Chimera closer to market form. So that's why now it's Thales on board, because of the experience with creation user interface, with creation the common information tool. We wanted to have the partner that is really experienced in this domain and is able to deliver the proper quality interface for the project. We were also talking about four pillars of the partner profiles. We kept it as it was in research and innovation actions. However, these pillars were equally distributed in the research and innovation actions. Since this action is closer to the technology, we strengthened the technical partners and decided to have only one university, one academic in Chimera. I said already about the motivation, and this common goal is focused around multi-purpose CBRN system to enhance incident management and response. We defined, of course, few high-level objectives to improve technical capabilities, to minimize end users' time to act, to improve European cities' resilience. And I believe that I can go smoothly to the discussion. In the first part, I want to talk about cooperation. From my perspective, as the coordinator of more than one project with the group already thinking about other projects, there was, of course, a lot of the cooperation, but this cooperation wasn't directly
with the projects in our package. So even though there was a few months overlap when I was still we were still finalizing EU Sense, we were working on EURadian. We had the Holozang in this package, at least from my perspective, when we had 3 projects focused on different parts of CBRN. There was, as I said, yeah, I had the same, for 2 projects, I said virtually the same group of people. This cooperation between a type of agents, between the radiological, chemical, biological part was not very strong. Honestly, we didn't probably see a lot of benefits of interacting between domains where the projects were focused on individual domains. We had a lot of cooperation with ENCIRCLE, and I had great, I would say, great passive cooperation in time of EURadian and EU Sense, great active cooperation in times of EU Sense. I am talking great passive cooperation in times of the Radion, not because something was wrong with the cooperation, but with the problem was with the planning of the timeline of this of the projects. So starting Radion, the ENCIRCLE was on its final stage, so we couldn't actively cooperate. However, the passive cooperation, so the knowledge, especially knowledge that was gathered about user requirements, about gaps in the technology, was very vital for the Radion proposal, for the Radion shape. Even though during the projects there was no opportunity for the cooperation. In the case of EU Sense, we had great cooperation during the discoveries from ENCIRCLE and were the starting point for the EU Sense, and we also were actively cooperating during these projects. And maybe again I forgot that I'm not alone, so I will give floor to my panelists. Olga, you were. How it looked from your perspective.
Exactly as I mentioned and you mentioned, Lukasz, the main problem was that the timeline of running of the projects, that was the issue, because ENCIRCLE could very well support and really follow the progress and discuss a lot with the first 3 Part B projects, which were EU Sense, Cosmic and Terrific. Okay, the next 2 were already more difficult because in 2018 there was no call, there was a call in 2019, I think it was the start. So, okay, that was already a little bit less what we could do for them, and for the new ones, even less. Of course, ideally, perfectly, it would be if ENCIRCLE would be still running to support all the projects until the end, but it was not the case, it was not possible. And then, yes, the only thing what we could do was to provide the resources developed by ENCIRCLE to the projects and hoping that they are useful. From the experience, so maybe you can say from the experience of EU Sense, did you find this support really useful? Was it good for you?
So it is coordination and support action, which was supposed to help us with gathering requirements, for asking end users for the opinions, and also, as I said from the very beginning, which is vital, all the discoveries of ENCIRCLE were important in the defining of the EU Sense scope. So of course the discoveries from ENCIRCLE were everything not was research in the ENCIRCLE. ENCIRCLE was also using IFAFRI catalog and other data sources. But from my perspective, it was very good. Unfortunately, I'm not able to say how would Encircle be beneficial for the demonstration organization, because then the heavy COVID came and we generally had a problem with the EU Sense demonstration. However, it happened. So for those of us who couldn't enjoy the 20 minutes footage from the EU Sense demonstrations available both on EU Sense and in the YouTube. If you have 20 minutes to spare at the airport, I encourage this footage. And what are your experiences?
Cooperation. The next topic is future. So
we will come to the recommendations for the future later, but
maybe that's the same, because the future is the cooperation itself. I mean, yeah, we could use Encircle material too. It's really great. And we could work, for example, together with the Safe Stadium project, which was very, very good and beneficial for us. What is missing? A lot of the things is missing, but I feel that it's going around the same core. We want to talk about the future possibilities, how to integrate or work together, even different type of CBRN detectors, chemical, biological.
I don't to the all and to the panelists. It is not necessary that we keep the order of sharing this panel, and we don't have too much time, so we can merge both those. So feel free to discuss about the future and about the past right now.
So I mean, I think future is somewhere when we started to integrate the Holoscan device. We identified that we have to be very modular in the design by the core design. But I also see that a lot of interface is not defined between the modules. I mean, in each case, when we want to identify or classify or detect an agent, we have to sampling. If we want to optimize it for decontamination control, as it was mentioned in the beginning of this panel, then the sampling must be a very different type, like the air sampling. But a system, I think, must be modular enough to allow to integrate different type of sampler preparation and analysis tools together. So I think this definition of these interfaces would be beneficial.
You are talking about interfaces between projects, or interfaces in interfaces in one of the system in one project?
Maybe first we have to interface between projects, and after we can propagate it to a lower level of definitions. Okay, it's my talks.
When we're talking about cooperation, I think that we considered the top-down approach accordingly to the bottom-up approach, and cooperation between particular entities. I think that the strength was that in several projects, the same structure of the same consortium members were involved. So this is why project by project, we did not start at the baseline level, yeah? So project by project, we knew each other, and we were familiarized with our thoughts, points, and the level of knowledge was much more higher.
I do agree. It is great leverage. When the projects are very short timeline, and you need to follow the plan, and it is sometimes you lose time at the very beginning of the project when you form a new consortium. You learn
your partners how to work with each other. It is the fact that now having this third project with the same core partners, we already know how to operate. We know how to cooperate. We don't lose time, and it is important.
And since I'm from the Research Institute, and I would like to stress the importance of having the small, medium enterprises within this project, because perhaps it's the same thing with this bottom-up, top-down approach, that since we are more bottom-up, we are more interested in the basic research questions. We are pushed from the top-bottom process, so to say, to push our thinking to actually be operational in due time. So I think to be participating in this kind of project with having this mixture of our participants is beneficial for us as a research institute. And then I think we had the same kind of idea where to go, actually, Lukas, that we, even though we are a research institute, we want to get our thoughts, our models, our thinking out to applications. And I think that was in a very early stage in the application phase. We actually discussed this, the application phase of EU Sense. And I think it was a living discussion all the time during the project. And we also started to talk about radiation quite early, that we should apply for another project and so on. So it was a living discussion, and I think we were on the same level in some sense.
We must have been, because the cooperation is always it's always stress. Stress generates animosities. Restricted timelines and the budgets are also causing problems. So the very fact that when we finished one project, we decided that we want to do next one together. Is actually, and we still answering our phones is the best recommendation for this kind of cooperation.
And one more thing, which is perhaps not exactly cooperation, but for us as a research institute, it's very important to actually have some room in the projects so we actually can do research. And I think that's a very important point here, that when we construct these projects, so we actually leave room for having, we are able to make mistakes, go wrong sometimes, get back on the road again, and we experience that have been the case, actually. So we have been able to actually put in some amount of research, not only deliverables. Thanks.
Since I'm leading an SME within the Holoscan consortium, I believe in the bottom-up approach regarding cooperation. So I think we must be agile, proactive, to reach out to get a real contact with the market players in CBRN. Just one example. So on the other hand, we are a scientific or R&D SME, so we have to create scientific research questions first, as always. And regarding a very practical thing in the project, air sampling, we realized that there are not enough databases, not enough good quality air sample data in the world. So to develop algorithms to support AI-related work, we started data collection with air sampling devices manufactured by real market players, real large companies. So we created a scientific question. It will be published next year. We didn't have time to summarize the data yet, but that will be the 4th publication within the Holoscan project. And still the large companies are interested in the results, and it gave us the fundamental good quality databases to be able to develop AI algorithms. So some kind of mixture of proactive, scientific, and agile SME approach. I think that's a good.
I do agree. We also had very similar thoughts about it while designing Chimera proposal. So since we want this development to be really useful and really close to the market, we decided that part of the system needs to be native database of readouts directly made and collected in the database of this system. That is actual the condition of the practical usability. We also learn. It is also a lesson that we learned in the previous projects. I wanted to ask also. Don't. It's not school, so if you want to start talking, just start. The question how to make this program even more effective. For me, and maybe I'm the last person that should talk about this program since I succeed few times, but also because I succeed, I know that it is something that should be probably changed a little bit in the future. So as I said, for the 10 years we were talking about the creation of this system. We were developing the first parts of the lower technological components of the system in the EU sense, into Chimera, but we needed to gamble. I'm from quite small company. We are about 100 people, and in the winning proposal, I invest more or less 2 person years of work, and because there is high competition, the quality of other proposal is very high. So only to get chances to win, we work on each proposal 1 year. We also knew that even if we make the best possible proposal, even when we worked very hard, it doesn't mean that we need to win. And for me, it is a bit too much. So to succeed, you should be either very professional and very well prepared, either to be very lucky. Actually, we needed both. We needed to work very hard on the proposal, and we needed to be extremely lucky. But while we were lucky, there were a lot of very interesting researchers started in the research and innovation actions that didn't get this chance for the continuation. So again, this program, everything that happened after 2017 at the European Commission is the best initiative that could have happened. Is the best initiative in the history, and it is very beneficial. However, it might be even better. So at least from my perspective, because it would be great in the future, the mechanism, there's figured out the mechanism that give you certainty of continuation of your research if you meet the threshold, if you deliver whatever kind of assessment it will be. If you tick the boxes, you should have chance for the pushing it further to the market. But again, it is only me, and maybe I should be far from the microphone.
I agree.
Your thoughts about it. Yeah.
I agree with you. Or maybe longer projects must be funded. this also could be a solution. Yeah, I feel the same. We feel the same, of course.
Yeah, we need to confirm this, yeah?
I think it's kind of a good idea that Lukáš proposed that so it could be kind of a I wouldn't call it a fast track, but if you have met the requirements of the project and so on and so forth, perhaps it could be an evaluation stage where you could kind of get a go that, okay, we take it further on instead of trying to get the new application written and then waiting for the results and everything. So you could create another track on existing projects, not only for EU Sense, for example. It could be everyone that you have this evaluation stage to see if the project is a project that this should actually continue. It's a pity if we don't.
Just one remark. So I agree, of course, the continuity would be important when you design your R&D project. But the other thing is when you design a project for TRL2 6 level, you use the same data sources differently when you design the same project for TRL 6 9 level. You do something very different regarding your job, even with the same data. So there's a problem here. And if there is continuity, the cost effectivity of your research is much better. I agree.
And maybe the agile project management system is also not the best, so say. It means, yeah, in project management, we have the main three dimensions, the quality, the time, and the price. And in Agile, we fix two of them, the time and the price. And we playing with the quality. So it's a result killer. In a field which is safety, I think Agile is not the best choice of project management.
Thank you. Only one last comment from my side. If it's my Christmas wish list from the Commission, for all these projects, we were talking about coordination and support, research and innovation actions that makes this project very close to the market, but not on the market yet. And I'm fully aware that during at least 18 years that I work with these projects, there were actions that are to push the developments directly to the market, but still it is this area of the support of the Commission that especially me as a technological company needs. So when hopefully, luckily, we finish this TRL8 of the Chimera in 2 years, I would really be happy to also count on the European Commission in this approaching the final sponsors of this project, which is governments in this case, because they are the only organizations that are paying for the CBRN systems. Thank you. There is no time, but we will make the round of the questions. Are there any?
Yeah, sorry, I must keep people from cocktails, you know. Did you consider the PCPs, the pre-procurement actions? Because I think the missing link on this chain, CSA, we see the gaps. RIA will do the questions how to fill the gaps. IA, we do the products, we'll fill the gaps. And then comes pre-procurement, when we actually can give, the Commission gives 90% funding. to bring that product into the market, actually into a real procurement. I think that's the missing step, what you were talking about, right?
It is this part when I said that I'm fully aware that this kind of actions did took place. So I had the PCP, but at least in my opinion, maybe I don't know how to use the benefits of PCP correctly, but it is not exactly the kind of action that that I had in mind. So I would rather have in mind the action that I have support with presenting my products to the market, to the sponsors, to the government. I'm aware of the help of PCP. In my personal opinion, this particular program might be changed a little bit in the shape, or if I to recommend, should be changed a little.
Okay, thank you. Seems like an EIC next step kind of action you're looking for.
Antonella?
Thanks. It's always, I think, like I haven't been to any CERIS events where project sustainability hasn't been brought up, and rightly so. We totally understand that's very important. But Jean-Luc says that I'm that I'm an optimist. But I think that we have, Philippe, I think that we have made steps forward in the last 3 or so years, at least that I have observed this. And what has changed is, first of all, our awareness of the different projects and our commitment to integrate what is being learned. Like in these projects, and to bring it into other activities of the Commission, but also our commitment to point project managers into the direction of more funding. We appreciate that we are working in an extremely complex environment. It's so hard for you all to identify which sources of funding you can access. And so we have made it our own personal business to make sure that, like you are connected with other sources of funding. That's why when I come here, I don't just mention, like what's happening under Rescue, which I'm sort of responsible for, but I mention what we are doing under the Knowledge Network in my own directorate. I mention what HERA is doing. I mention what the European Defence Fund is doing, because Lucas, actually what you are doing might be eligible also under the EDF. So, like the colleague there mentioned EIC. So we make it, like also our personal sort of really commitment to make sure, to connect you with the funding opportunities that we are aware of. Clearly, we are, like it's complex for us as well, but we do have an insider view of these topics, and we are always open to have a chat and to point you, like towards those possibilities. So like to that end, like count on us, and as we have done, Philippe and I, in other CERIS sessions, we are open, of course, to have these kind of conversations. I found this panel really interesting. I was left, though, with one question, because it seems that Encircle initially was really connected with other projects, and then like it sort of became more and more difficult. And so my question was, what worked at first that didn't work in the end?
It is short answer. In the end, Encircle was active. In the beginning, Encircle was active and could cooperate with other projects, but during the program, the Encircle was finalized. That's why it couldn't cooperate with other projects. This is the only reason.
Olga.
It's that. Also, so with the first first 3 projects which started very soon after Encircle, there we concluded with them very detailed cooperation agreements. And it took us enormous effort from Encircle side to analyze all this and to prepare it legally, everything. It was an enormous effort process, which took us several months, much more than we expected, because also to communicate about all the details, about all the results expected to be delivered by these projects, and how Encircle can do. It was many, many pages of these collaboration agreements. And it was very clear that Encircle doesn't have possibility and resources to do exactly the same thing for the next pack of the projects, which came, I think, 2 years later. And also we were already finishing by that time. And okay, what was left for the even more recent projects, it was only a very, very small thing. So we could only deliver what we developed, but we could not follow the projects during their whole process of running.
Okay, thanks for that. Philippe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one word. Well, thank you very much for this very interesting discussion, because indeed I had a lot of pros and cons about Encircle and the research and interaction. It's the first time, so thanks for this initiative to discuss the achievement, because it's the first time I hear really the process, how it worked, and how it is perceived by SMEs. It's quite a, I think it would be good to analyze this a little bit further, and maybe we took time on the 21st of March in Strasbourg to discuss that as a specific, maybe taking 2 hours separately from the event, to see what are the perspectives. I'm not speaking here about the work program 2025, because it will be almost cooked and not open for that. But what would be your recommendations, maybe, that could be taken on board from 26, 27 for the end of the Horizon Europe? And here, what I see, indeed, the difficulty is that you have a CSA, that it plays a role, that has a function that will be indeed linked to research and innovation action, and then it stops, and then the research innovative actions are left on their own. It cannot work. So we have maybe to see whether a bigger action can be conceived, bringing this Encircle function with possibilities of having research innovative action right from the start of the topic. But it means a kind of 2-step approach, because you need to have indeed this analysis of gaps, and research gaps that is reflected in 2 calls that are open to research and innovation action related to SMEs. And one of them spoke about fast track. I agree that this could be then an efficient fast track. So let's I'm very open to discuss that. Before I leave, you know, it's just collecting a seed and bringing that to my successors. And it would be good that we discuss that in March. Thank you.
Indeed, and also like the integration of all these projects, Philippe, we need to work a better way also to bring them all together, right? Yeah. And to support all of you, probably already from the proposal phase, I'm not sure, but like we need to work out how to better integrate and how to make sure that all of these solutions, you know, like are talk to one another and are integrated. We have seen some amazing technical presentations today, and all along my question was like, right, how can I integrate this into the development of the rescue capabilities? How, you know, like, and I think that that's the type of digestion that we do need to be more proactive about. And I think, you know, like I can say that we are also open to collect your thoughts about how the Commission can better support you in that effort. All right, on that note, I know that we have drinks waiting for us. Thank you so very much for your time and your attention this afternoon. I wish you a nice continuation into the next days, and have a nice rest of the evening. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before everyone leaves, could you please beam the one slide with the dates of EURADION, and using the opportunity that microphone still works, the EURADION demonstration will take place in February in Norway.
and everyone, and I all the time wait for the slide, and the demonstration is open for the participants. So whenever, if you want to join, if you want to see the demonstration of the practical application of our radiological technology in Norwegian tunnels.
We are also at the development side. We need to be sure that it will be in demand somehow. It will be taken by somebody. Otherwise, project finished. Nobody wants it.
Okay, I will ask for this slide during the lunch break tomorrow.
Your humbleness, your, it's, like, it's and your, like, very conscious sort of contribution. Thank you for support. Yeah, I mean.